Oh my god. Hey Pen, what's up?
The Cybertruck, I know a lot of people are excited about the Cybertruck. Yeah, I am too. I've driven the car. It's an amazing product. Uh, I do want to emphasize that there will be uh, enormous challenges in reaching volume production with the Cybertruck, and then in making the Cybertruck uh, cash flow positive. This is simply normal. The demand is off the charts. We have over 1 million people who have reserved the car. So it's not a demand issue, but we have to make it.
Yeah, so that was back in late 2023. Elon Musk talking about the Cybertruck, talking about
Everyone's fucking canceling their pre-orders. Yeah, dude. Oh my, I don't know how this keeps happening. I don't remember. I remember waking up from my alarm. I don't remember falling back asleep. My alarm went off. Gummy asked for food. I got Gummy his food. Then I was gonna grab my phone and stream. My phone was in bed. And I remember crawling into bed looking for my phone. And then that's it. I must have literally, like, just instantly fell asleep after I, like, crawled into bed looking for my phone. I don't know how the hell I did that. I must have been really fucking tired. You gonna watch the Japan Grand Prix? Probably not. I'm from the States, want to visit Canada one day. Where should I go? Toronto would definitely be probably the most fun to visit. There's probably the most shit to do in Toronto. I've also heard Vancouver's nice, but it's also kind of retarded and gay. Let's see, Sengoku donated $2. Top 18 new action anime of this decade. These are going to be terrible. Trigun is not from this decade. What? God of High School. That sounds gay as fuck. Gay, stupid. There's no way. This has got to be rage bait. Bro, this is rage bait. Chainsaw Man, Jujutsu Kaisen, like, I can believe it, but dude, that was rage bait. Thanks for the donation, though, yeah, Son Goku. VG, my sleep schedule ruined because of your ruined sleep schedule. Well, my apologies. I don't know. I wanted to wake up at, yeah, right at 6:30, but fell back asleep.
the state of Tesla, and my, have things changed quite a bit in about a year and a half. So we don't need to tell you that Tesla stock is massively down from late last year. You already know this. You already know that its brand identity has been destroyed thanks to Elon Musk and all the damage he's doing in the government right now. But there he's talking about the Cybertruck, and we want to focus on that because it's clear, it's been clear for years now. It took many more years to develop the Cybertruck than he initially said. Either he was wrong about that or lying or maybe both. But the idea was this is like the next phase for Tesla. So finally.
Godzilla $22, welcome back, champ. This is why fuck Nintendo and Trump, LMAO.
Very quick and disappointing update for you lovely people. As reported by The Verge, Nintendo has halted pre-orders for the Nintendo Switch 2 in the United States. The original plan was that it would start on the 9th of April, but that is not the case anymore. There is no new date at the time of recording. Nintendo have simply stated that they will update the timing at a later date. However, the launch date of the 5th of June has not changed. The reasoning for this is to assess the potential impact of tariffs and evolving market conditions. If you need me to spell it out any more clearly than that, this is in response to the recent tariffs that have been put in place by the US government. What this boils down to is because of these recent tariffs, the Nintendo Switch 2 may not launch at the previously listed price of $449.99. Nintendo had also previously announced that the Switch 2 would be able to pre-order from their own website starting on the 8th of May, but it is not clear whether this date has been affected or not. We'll have a full list of sources.
Well, Switch 2 sucks anyway. Also remember this. Let me see. I remember seeing the intro. I literally cannot remember ever watching a single episode. That must have been a really bad cartoon show. This black guy kind of looks like Static Shock. Also remember this. No, I don't ever remember that. That just looks stupid. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Elon Musk was determining what one of their cars was going to be like. It's not just going to be, you know, regular sedan or whatever that the engineers come up with. He cooked up this PlayStation 2 sort of fever dream thing, and it hasn't really worked out the way that he thought it would. So he said there's not a demand issue. 1 million people have pre-ordered this, and they haven't even seen it yet, but they want it that bad. So imagine how many more are gonna want it once they see it. Right now, the challenge is scaling up our ability to produce them to match all that demand. Well, for all the problems, Elon Musk has 99 problems, but scaling up the production of the Cybertruck's not one, because you haven't actually had to worry about making a lot of those. It's been available for like a year and a half now, and they have sold 46,000 of them. Now look, is 46,000 electric trucks that cost a bunch of money that bad? Maybe not. It's sort of a niche vehicle, I guess. But that's not how it's been.
It is that bad.
Presented to us by Elon Musk for literally years. He's implied that this is the best truck that's ever been made. It's amazing. It's better than you could. 39.
It literally doesn't even function as a truck.
$9,900, which is not a lot of money for an electric vehicle. It's certainly not a lot for one that looks like a month-old Cybertruck, which
Oh yeah.
has merely 2,000 miles. Okay, now it only has 2,000 miles, not necessarily because he doesn't like driving it. Most of them seem to spend most of their time in service. But anyway, it's a basically new Cybertruck and they're only offering $60,000. Now he makes clear in his little Facebook group that he doesn't actually want to sell it. Now that could have something to do with
Tesla insurance rates just went up 23%. Bro, you can't even get the Cybertruck insured in most states. Oh yeah, Wes Watson. He was doing like some Instagram fucking video where him and his girlfriend was naked, and he did an oopsie and showed his erect penis in the video without covering it up. He didn't realize. And people are saying he has a very small penis and making fun of him.
Times I don't even care what I have to say. I just want everyone to admire how I look. Is that okay? We okay with that?
I see everyone making videos about this online. 10-minute videos, 15-minute videos, sometimes more than one video. All talking about what another man has going on in his pants. Anything like this. Everyone wants me making a video talking about what another man has got going on in his pants, or what he doesn't have going on down there. Because we're talking about Pegged Watson, that piece of shit. And do you guys really think I want to think about all the places that he thought he was creative and sticking that thing into? In prison? Think about all the men that did the walk of shame out of his cell with a smile on their face, probably because it didn't hurt that much because this thing is so tiny. You guys really think I want to think about this? It's going to give me nightmares at night. I've never gotten so many requests on a video ever on YouTube. Comments, messages, emails even, asking me, what do I think about this man's dick? And I'm like, what's wrong with you assholes? Why do you want to know so bad about what I think about it? Yeah, I saw what he's got going on, you know, with that little mushroom tip poking out.
Rewind, you'll laugh. I don't think I missed anything.
Out of there, I saw it a little bit. But do you think I really want to look at it in detail, investigate it, think about it, and then make a 15-minute video talking about it? It's going to be in my dreams, and those aren't going to be good dreams at night when I think about these things. All the things that man must have done with that thing, because it's little, you know, you can do a lot of things maybe other guys can't do with it. I don't want to think about it. I mean, my little chihuahua, he's got a bigger one than that poor man from what I saw. I see everyone making videos about this online. 10-minute videos, 15-minute videos, sometimes more than one video. All talking about what another man has going on in his pants. And the forums, the Reddit forums, the posts, the comments. I can't believe this many people are so interested in this. And yeah, I understand.
Do you like rock music?
Not generally a fan of rock, especially if you're talking about modern rock. I'm more into metal. But, some of it's good. Like, most of the rock I enjoy is gonna be classic rock. Thanks for the donation, though, Carlos.
Make a video on this. It's gonna get a lot of views, right? Like everybody else. I see they're getting a lot of views on this shit. But I'm like, do I really wanna be known on YouTube? My luck, this shit would go viral as the man who investigates another man's baby dick. You think I wanna be known for that shit? They would call me the baby dick investigation man. So you want my take? I'll give you my take. He's got a fucking problem, that asshole. And not a big one, a very small one, if you think about it, right? But it's a big fucking problem because, you know, it explains a lot, you know. his energy, you know, how they use that expression, little dick energy or syndrome, you know? It explains a lot of why he's such a fucking asshole. But I feel bad for the guy, you know? Because think about something. Those poor women, you know, we make fun of him, why he has to buy the women, pay for them, trap them in his house, why he has.
That makes sense now. Why he buys women all this horse shit. That all makes sense.
To do that?
I don't know, dude. I just got really fucking tired and I passed out. I intended to wake up at 6:30, but then my alarm went off. I actually got up. I had to look for my phone in bed, and then I just passed out.
Think about it. He whips that shit out of his pants, that little thing. What do you think the woman is gonna do? You think they're going to stay with him? No, that's why he's gotta fucking pay him, the piece of shit. Now again, I didn't do a complete investigation on it. I didn't see if he was excited, not excited. I don't want to know. I'm keeping that up to you guys, right? But from what I saw, he's got a little baby miniature dick. What do you want from my life? Guys, thanks for watching. Please hit like on my video.
Dude, Professor Dave actually debated Sabor. Might watch that later. That's gonna be embarrassing, dude.
Supposing someone were to come with you with back pain, you're their trainer, what would you have them do?
Well, the first thing I would do would be to try to figure out why. When you start to look at like the research on low back pain treatment, what you find is that either everything works or nothing works, or both, contradictorily, right? So like if you read individual papers, it'll be like, oh, this helped. But if you read a meta-analysis, it'll go, well, nothing really seems to help. And in my opinion, the problem with this is that low back pain is not just a thing. It is a catch-all.
How small we talking? What do you consider a small peepee?
I haven't actually seen it. I've only seen people make videos on it. Let me see. Wes Watson penis. Let me just quickly Google this and see if any of the images are... Like, people are saying it's pretty small. I don't know if they're just exaggerating because they hate him. Oh, yeah, it is pretty small. Oh, wow, that is actually very little. Yeah, that's actually very small. That is... They're not exaggerating. So it's not a micropenis, technically, but yeah, it is actually pretty small. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. That is certainly below average. $2. She's donated $2. Let me see.
What do you try to avoid, the day or the sun?
People.
So what do you try to avoid, the day?
Marilyn Manson is so fucking overrated. Why don't you ever take photos of anything interesting?
Technological age has absolutely nothing to do with emotional or psychological age. And most of the people who are walking around, despite what their driver's license says, are probably between 8 and 12 years old. But if you accept that that might be true, the rest of society starts to make a lot of sense. You certainly can't begin with the assumption that people are just virtuous and mature. Why would the world look the way that it does? If you go the other way around, a lot of things make sense.
He's right. Oh my God. Possum. Oh. She's eating flowers. She's got grapes and he's also eating flowers. Oh, what a sweet baby. Oh my God, possums are so special. I love them. Thanks for the donation, $2 she's.
Term for a lot of different things. And there could be a lot of different sources of low back pain. And in sort of a fundamental sense, you wouldn't expect there to be a single treatment for a multifactorial condition, because that would be silly. The early days of rehab, you know, Vladimir Yonda and some of these guys back in the 70s and 80s. Basically, this is tight, this is weak, this is strong, this is loose, kind of old models of that. If you have, you know, hyperlordosis, where you've got like a big low back arch, well, that could be how you're built, right? Maybe you've always been built like that. Or it can be due to tight hip flexors, you know, which roll the pelvis forward. That can mean weak hamstrings, because the hamstring should help tuck under. It could be hypertonic spinal erectors that can cause that to occur. Or, you know, that happens and that causes those things to occur adaptively, right? If you're chronically shortening your spinal erectors because your pelvis is tilted back, which could be due to high heels in women, tends to alter pelvic mechanics. But if someone comes to me and they're just like, yes, I have generalized low back pain, no acute injury, nothing traumatic like that, I'm probably going to at least approach it very simply and go, all right, especially like if they sit a lot, they probably have tight hip flexors. Most of us do. If I look at them in posturally, their low back looks a little bit arched, well, they probably have a tight low back. They probably have weak abdominals or weak lower abdominals more often than not. I'm not saying it works universally, right? I approach rotating.
Probably watch that on my own later.
Right, about
Dude, Laura Loomer looks like a fucking gargoyle. What the hell?
Laura Loomer. She's the far-right extremist who now has been for some time in Trump's ear. And recently, the big story that we already covered, not the subject of this, she convinced Trump, because these people weren't loyal enough, to fire top National Security Council officials. And the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, was like, no, don't. And Trump sided with the crazy conspiracy theorist who's so crazy that even Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's too crazy for MAGA. So that was crazy. But I now have for you, Bill Maher said something about her. That video's interesting, and I'll play that for you. And it caused her to lose it so bad that she's suing him over it. So we'll give you all of it. It's a very interesting story. First, to show you them interacting, you can get some context. Here's Trump and Laura Loomer at a lunch during the campaign. If you appreciate this segment, please do click the subscribe button if you're not subscribed already. When we look at our analytics, so many people are watching who are not subscribed. We could just make leaps and bounds if all y'all would subscribe. I appreciate it so much.
Hey everybody, we're here at Bedminster. I'm with the greatest president ever, President Donald Trump, who is killing it right now. There's a new poll out, right? You're crushing it. You're up over 50 points. And it's a beautiful day here. Beautiful club. It's my first time here at Bedminster.
Well, it's great to have you, and you've been really very special. You work hard, and you are a very opinionated lady. I have to tell you that. And in my opinion,
she's so wild that even publicly, Trump has to go, "You're an opinionated lady." Not exactly a compliment.
You are a very opinionated lady. I have to tell you that. And in my opinion, I like that.
Well, I appreciate that.
all of your support, and you've been terrific. And everybody appreciates you. So
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to sit with you today. It's a pleasure. You're the best. I love you.
I know it's not just Trump that people do that to, politicians, but it's just such a cringy thing. Hi, I love you. You're the... It's bizarre. To me,
There's not going to be Loomer Unleashed this Thursday because I have to travel to Los Angeles, California for a live video deposition with Bill Maher. As you know, Bill Maher is a tremendous Trump hater, and he's also a big Laura Loomer hater. And after I traveled with President Trump to the...
some of you will notice, I don't know,
sex with President Trump. He said that I was fucking President Trump. Sorry to be vulgar, but those were his words. And his lies were then repeated all over the news. I mean, I'm sure that we can pull up all the different articles now and people can see for themselves. If you type in Bill Maher, Laura Loomer.
So depending on how you phrase something like that, that's literally just an opinion and you can't sue them for defamation. So if Bill Maher said something like, I'm pretty sure Laura Loomer and Trump are fucking, or it looks like they're fucking, or I think they're fucking, that's just an opinion. You can't sue somebody for defamation over an opinion. Sup cousin, may want to tune into my channel at 11:55, premiering a new video.
This carnist hurt my feelings. I am vegan. He said mean things about veganism and how vegans are always mentally ill, and she went on and on about how my hair is gonna fall out. No fair. My identity, my life depends on veganism being just. Prove them wrong.
Well, everything will be fine, and we're all gonna die anyway. So you have that to look forward to. Thanks for the donation, Emily. Laura Loomer's a dumb bitch. Let me see. Says new video is out at 11:50. Oh yeah, he made a video about his pee-pee.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here.
Yes, Vince as a gay man is going to be an expert on penis size, so we're going to need to listen to his expert opinion and analysis on Wes Watson's penis.
It is Sunday evening, and folks, as some of you know, I normally take Sunday off. No videos or anything like that. So, if the Great One publishes a video on a Sunday, it must be important. Guess what, folks? This isn't important, but it sure is minty. Well, apparently, Wes Watson was getting a little too fancy with that little Instagram, that little social media, and showed something that shouldn't have been saw, so naturally we did see the whore. However, it appears that we finally got to see his junk. We didn't want to see his junk, but we saw it. And I have to say there, Wes, you could put shoe risers in your sneakers, but you certainly can't do it with your little teeny weeny Vienna sausage that you was carrying. That thing must have been like only 4 inches. It was a stub, you know? I mean, shoot. You can't do nothing with that. No wonder you're always in such an angry mood. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I mean, Wes, here's the thing. Nobody cares.
Dude, it's hilarious how he just keeps taking non-stop L's. Like, first, it started with people, like, calling him out for being a fraud with how he makes money. Then he, like, just started talking shit on social media. Then he fucking broke the law on camera, beating some dude. He's probably gonna go to prison. Then people stopped buying his online programs. Then he fucking uploads a video of his tiny dick onto Instagram. Like, just, I love how everything is, like, just not working out for him. It's hilarious.
Cares about how tall you are. You know, we don't care if you're 5'6". You know, we really don't. It's all about what's in here in the other way. It's what's here in the heart, and stuff. You, my friend, have no heart. And obviously, you're not packing anything. You know what I mean? So given the size of your appendage, it stands to reason that that's probably why you're carrying around that purse. Just saying, but, top, verse, bottom. I mean, really, honestly, Wes Watson is not as big as we thought he was. Now, if you're asking about the great ones, Junk, I'm a Negro. Black folk got big penises, all right? Wes Watson has very little penis. He's short, he's bald-headed, he's got a short dingling, and he's going to prison. Man, it's been a tough start of the year for Wes. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, really? Short, bald, small penis going to prison. Vegan Gains, $20. I killed my cat because I'm in denial. My wife left me because I lack social intelligence to understand women. All women are whores. There's nothing wrong with me. I use substances to dull the pain. I'm alpha. I never fought a real man, but I'm vegan. That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude. Entering my 48th birthday like a real American. Wonder what that's gonna be. Sv3rige, your government creates obedient slaves.
A subscriber of mine gave me a great idea. He said that I should review a video about how they train people in the military. I found a random one about the Marines. Let's do it. Okay, so the video starts with a guy abusing the other one severely by screaming at him, and he even has a gas mask on so that he can't breathe properly. Even more abuse and torture, or what? Oh my god. Okay, so it's worse than a horror movie. Oh, cool.
This is Marine Corps Boot Camp in Parris Island, South Carolina.
No, these are slaves who were brought in to learn how to die for their country, which doesn't exist. That's what
I love how Sv3rige will say this, but then he's lived in countries like Germany, Latvia, like you name it. All around Europe, Sweden, and all these countries, in order to have the lifestyle he has had to fight in wars, to protect their right sovereignty. And then he's like, you're all slaves. Why don't you all just don't do anything and beg for money online? If everyone just lived naturally like me and begged for money, then nobody would need to do these things, and we could all just give each other money by begging, and we would never have to work another day in our lives because we could all just beg for things. What an idiot.
That's why their hair is shaved off, and they got like 20 different things, those things which I won't mention on YouTube. They get a lot of them when they join the military. That makes them even more special. Yeah, look at it. It's the first sign of slavery, a shaved head. Or, okay, their heads are not shaved, it's buzz cuts. They're cut very short. I think that they sometimes shave them, I don't know. Usually they actually use the machine, I think, whatever. At the end of the day, same thing, their hair is pretty much gone. It's supposed to really highlight to you and or That's how true men always look like.
From Marine
Man, those guys look like they're 16 years old or something.
Corps' 13-week basic training program, which tests them physically and psychologically.
It's a pressure cooker for 12 weeks. Under the pressure of an intimidating drill instructor, someone is putting you in.
But these guys who teach them are completely mental themselves. Who goes around looking like that, screaming like that? I know that it's partly acting, but still, you're doing it. It's not for a movie. You're really there. Usually there's no camera. You're really there abusing people. That's usually because they went through the abuse.
I really, really hope Sv3rige makes fun of this guy's hair. Please mention this guy's receding hairline and, like, whatever the fuck is going on here.
Abuse themselves, and usually...
Come on, be a hip... He wears a wig. This isn't his real hair. He wears a wig. I want to see him be a complete hypocrite and make fun of this guy's hair.
Over 90% of the time, an abuser was abused themselves. That's why they abuse others. A human that grows up happy and healthy...
That is not true. Most abusers have never been abused. So that's not true at all.
Doesn't go around abusing others. Something needs to happen to you to do that to other people. It's a sort of indirect revenge because they feel this pain.
No, that's not true. There are people who are just fucking assholes, and they'll do it because they feel it gives them some sort of advantage, or they benefit from it in some way.
Inside, and usually because people today don't get the revenge on the people that they want to, they end up just abusing other random people. They were abused in this place, so they abuse other people in the boot camp. Yeah.
The scrutiny of attention to detail.
What do you mean, what's wrong with my mic? Is it doing something?
Every single day, and to a certain degree, everything you do is never going to be good enough.
Everything at boot camp sucks. It's going to hurt, it's going to be painful, but it's only going to hurt more if you look
Yeah, nice. Women also nowadays. Yeah, cool.
at it that way.
It's boot camp, and it's supposed to prepare you for the challenges that lie behind.
Also, I didn't mention you could see pretty bad dark eye circles on the guy because of the constant stress. Make no mistake, this is supposed to ruin you. If humans had a soul, it's basically there to take your soul away, to just make you into a machine. People today are already machines and robots.
People in this day and age are brainwashed and programmed like a computer at being nothing more than puppets.
But this place is really supposed to just destroy you completely, so that you're...
Yes, that was Richard Ramirez, a prolific serial killer. Sv3rige is a big fan of his.
Just nothing. Yeah, just... You're hollow.
Spent 5 days at Paris Island, where we saw different companies.
Also interesting that you usually don't see good-looking guys. There's probably exceptions to everything anyway, but for the most part, it's usually guys who are completely lost. They feel like they will never have a family or a normal life anyway, so they just join the military.
Various stages of training.
You will not run, you will walk.
Yeah, sure.
You will do what you told to do.
Yeah, at best you have some kind of average guys, I guess. But it's understandable still. I wanted to point it out.
You told to do it, and without question. Do you understand?
You're just gonna do what you're told to do without any questions. So just like a robot, a machine. Not human. A human being has...
The military is a hierarchical structure. It has to function in that kind of way, or else no one will respect the chain of command, and you'll have a completely ineffective military, you dumbass.
His own intuition, instinct, he thinks for himself, he does whatever is good for him. You, as a slave, and this is the ultimate slavery, are supposed to do what they tell you without any questioning.
On day 1 of boot camp, new recruits arrive at the receiving barracks, where they take their first steps toward becoming Marines by walking through these silver hatches, symbolizing the threshold between the outside world and Paris Island. Once inside, recruits are processed and assigned their platoons.
Fuck you. I'm not an attention whore, a gold digger. I care about men being really nice. Okay? I like nuts, but I don't like your nuts cause apparently Jazz thinks you smell like dookie. She left you because you're miserable and now you cope. Bitch.
Alright, well, that's really nice. Thanks for the donation, Sundus. And for some reason, this cat is on my keyboard. Gummy, what are you up to, huh? What's my little gum doing? Are you being a cat? Are you being a cat? Why are you being a cat? Oh. Oh my god. This is a really good cat. Oh my god. He's so big. Yeah, you're so big. Look at this big cat butt. Oh my god. That's a big cat butt. My sweet little cat butt.
Women, I guess, can keep their hair, but they have to put it in a bun to also just lose any kind of real human qualities. You know, as much as possible, obviously. It's so that you are not seen as a human by them, so that they can really abuse you. It makes it easier to abuse you. But of course, you are also supposed to see the other people with you as slaves, and you, especially yourself, when you look in the mirror, you're supposed to realize that you're nothing.
Situation, Marines commit to a minimum of 4 years of service. Upon entering the Corps, an entry...
Why does anybody join this? I know some people from many years ago who joined such places. Yeah, people who are lost, who don't want to go to school, who can't because of finances. You get free health.
I don't know, serve your country, college benefits, healthcare benefits, pension benefits. You want to shoot and kill people, it's cool, looks good on a resume. Might be relevant to some other career you're going to do.
Healthcare and all kinds of benefits, of course, because you're serving a country which doesn't exist, the people behind it. That's what you're supposed to believe, that you're serving your country. In reality, you're serving rich people, and they will send you to die.
Right. You're just serving a country which doesn't exist. That's why I go on airplane to go to different country, because different country has different food and laws and people there that I may like or dislike. And I go to different country to experience different country which doesn't exist.
Die whenever they want to. Send you on their missions to get oil for them and whatnot. Just whatever they need. They're just their slaves, servants.
Level private will earn around $20,000 a year.
Oh. Yes, sir. Is that a hiccup? Are you having the hiccups? My goodness. How come you got the hiccups?
Recruits are required to make a phone call to a family member or their recruiter to let them know they've arrived. They're only allowed to read the script printed for them inside the phone bank.
Wait, what? This is a recruit, blah, blah, blah. I have arrived safely at Paris Island. Also interesting that it's on an island so that they can't escape, or what? Probably, right? Yes, you really want to escape from such a place. It's probably one of the worst places on Earth. Please not send any food or bulk items. I will contact you in 7 to 9 days, but later with my new address. Thank you for your support. Goodbye for now. Oh my fucking god, man.
I will contact you in 7 to 9 days by letter with my new address. Thank you for your support. Goodbye for now. Get in the class. Hey, sir!
You can't even communicate with your family because your family could pull you back into family. You come back like a robot. You can't. And by the way, this is what you see on camera. It's for the show documentary. Think about what happened. Most of what is done in these places is illegal on the outside, but that's how it is with a lot of stuff. And the military itself and what they do.
Serial killers do on a small scale.
Disclaimer, I do not support any form of violence or killing. Right, that's why he's made many videos talking about how he wants to kill and eat people. And rape kids.
What governments do in a large one. Killing is killing, whether done for duty, profit, or fun.
It's all illegal technically, but it's fine as long as you work for the government. And what's done to these people, you will get 10 years in prison for doing what they do to these people. But here it's okay.
None of that is true. You cannot do things like beat recruits.
But they won't have long to dwell on it. The Marine Corps Recruit Depot in Paris Island sits on 8,000 acres of South Carolina low country. It's one of 2 enlisted recruit depots in the United States. The other is in San Diego, where only male recruits are trained. Around 20,000 recruits graduate from Paris Island every year before joining the more than 108.
Yeah, there you go. That's what they are creating. Kids, by definition. People who are trained how to obey orders to kill other people. That's the very main purpose of it. Yeah. What else can you say? It just says everything. The images.
80,000 Marines actively serving today.
Yeah, you can call them Marines. Use whatever words that you want to. At the end of the day, these are mass and they always will be. Serial that's what they are.
No, serial killing is a bit different than defending your country.
Got a flash flood and tornado warning and went out and threw a tarp over my squat rack and hit legs anyway while it's pouring rain on some dumbass David Goggins shit, but now I have a fucking juicy leg pump, so all worth. Hope you have a good of a night as me.
Well, that sounds pretty cool. The weather is actually going to be fairly nice out here. But, you know, can't complain. I'm just chilling. Thanks for the donation, though, Sky. Appreciate it.
And no matter what other titles you give them, they will always be the same, because that's what they do.
We take young men and women from all walks of life, all cultures. Maybe they were rich, maybe they were poor. They've got different religious backgrounds. They are the melting pot of America. And they come here with one common goal, and that's to be a United States Marine.
Paris Island, South Carolina. Here, everyday Americans become Marines, the toughest fighting men in the world.
Male recruits have been trained at Paris Island since 1915. Female recruits began to train there in 1949.
They already don't feel worthy, so when they go to this place and somebody screams at them, they abuse them, it's as if they kind of feel like they deserve it. They deserve this kind of a life, this kind of a treatment. So that's the kind of mentality you need to have to...
A recruit's day begins before the sun comes up. Their typical wake-up call is 0400 or 4 a.m.
Also, sleep deprivement, of course. Easier to control people. More stress. Wow.
Like, Sv3rige doesn't seem to understand they're supposed to be trained to handle actual combat, so yeah, their training should probably be a little hard.
Recruits endure an intense series of physical challenges.
4-3, am I doing that right? 4-3,
Some recruits arrive in better shape than others.
Some never did any more than sit on a couch against a couch potato, and some may have been collegiate athletes. So there's a vast spread of what their athletic fitness and ability is.
Much of their training happens here, in Leatherneck Square, where a series of intimidating obstacles comprise the confidence course.
At least they don't train with weights by lifting and pushing weights, dumbbells, some kind of bars. Maybe they also do that, but at least it's a bit more useful for their job, which is stupid and useless in the end, but I'm just saying it at least makes
What the fuck?
sense what they are training for, which is their own death in the end.
Sv3rige is so retarded, dude.
The training program is progressive in nature.
One of the most dreaded parts of training is the gas chamber. Recruits are exposed to CS gas, more commonly known as tear gas. Once the recruits enter the chamber, they break the seals of their gas masks.
You go in, you feel it, instantly hit your skin, you just feel burning.
Feels like a few minutes, felt like an hour.
After around 5 minutes, the recruits are free. But the pain endures.
I miss Jazzman. Can you draw you and her fucking doggy style with sperm dripping down her legs and you screaming you like my carrot don't you, and in the corner is Sundus crying. Sundus looks like an emo bitch BTW.
I suppose I can do that for you, and I have no idea why the fuck it's asking me to sign in. Oh my god. That's great. Are we... I fucking hate Adobe now. They fucking ruined... absolutely ruined their own software for no reason. All the updates they've done are... they just make it more horse shit. Alright, well, I'll draw this for you. Yeah, I might try GIMP. Jasmine and me fucking. Let me see.
fuck Sandus. I've been trying to seal the deal with her for the past 2 fucking years and no fucking luck. Draw me fucking her good. You know how I look, ripped and jacked motorfucker.
Alright, I'll do that for you next. Another ball there. Here's like cum dripping down her leg. And then okay, there's that drawing request. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
I scored a 70 on the ASVAB for the military and I'm gonna be fast as fuck. Sundus, you fucking bitch, eat shit, I'm better than any man you leave a get, you fucking cunt, bitch, slut whore, gold digger fucking, I got bipolar split personality disorder, fuck.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner. Appreciate that. Alright, so there's that drawing you requested of you fucking Sundus. Hope you enjoyed that one. Sadie Enward donated $2. Let me see.
Güey, imagínate que luego...
Dude, what the fuck? Fucking fat bitch.
Oh my god.
That's what Gummy fucking did to my really expensive GPS thing for my bike. He knocked my, like, $800 fucking Garmin GPS off the counter for no fucking reason, and now I have to get a new one. Because the screen's cracked and it doesn't work in the rain anymore. What the fuck?
Does anyone have any advice to get him to stop doing this?
I suck dick, nigga.
Alright, well that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Wally. What is he doing? Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude. These cats are so troublesome.
Diabetes.
Oh, cats are silly. God, I love cats.
Guys, my sister's having a baby. I'm gonna be a dad.
These aren't funny. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Tell me if you match them to any kind of weapon.
Oh. 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 Oh my god. Did you guys see that? Well, thanks for the donation, Sadie. Christy XO donators, do you agree with this song?
Don't play with a girl's heart, she has only one. Play with her boobs, she has two.
Yeah, she also has 2 butt cheeks. So that's something you could play with too. Thanks for the donation, Christy. I think it makes sense. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
¿Cuál es el problema, Macarena? Relajada y tranquila.
Knock knock. Who's there? No more. No more who. No more. No more who. These. Oh, who tease. I get it. Only a dumb feminist can come up with this idea. Massive protests across Italy today. We need hospitals, not missiles. Hundreds took to the streets of Rome, Italy, to protest against the EU's rearmament plan. Is that a real thing? People are out of this world fucking stupid. Like, yeah, I guess if another country wants to invade us, we'll just die or get taken over, you know. Have an idea for making the US safer. We should look at the neighborhoods with the highest crime rates and place a new small library in the center of these areas. Imagine if we opened 500 new libraries, 10 in each state, in the areas that need more support, community safe places. Who's the dumb bitch who said this? What the Dude, women are, like, actually retarded. Like, only a fucking chick would come up with a stupid fucking idea like that. You know what'll stop black gang members from shooting each other? A library. Imagine if we taught these monkeys they could just go to the library and read books. Why would they sell crack or meth and shoot each other? They'd just go to the library to read.
So when I'm walking through Jerusalem and you see, and they say these are the Muslim quarters, this is where the Muslims are allowed to live, that doesn't feel like a bastion of freedom to me. So I guess.
Oh, I don't think it's where they're allowed to live in Jerusalem. I think it's that there's an Armenian quarter. It's not saying the Armenians can only live here. It's that there are communities, just like there's a Jewish community in Jersey here, and there's a Muslim community in here. I don't think, to my understanding, it's not restrictions within Israel proper of where Israeli.
I think it is where they have. I mean, at least that's what the rabbi who was taking me around. He said these are the Muslim quarters, so this is where the Muslims
live. But he didn't say anything about legally saying they cannot live on other places within Israel proper. I mean, there's Israeli.
Candace Owens is such a dumb bitch. Like, she literally didn't even think to do any research on this topic before making up nonsense. Can she, like, just get deplatformed or die already? She's so fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh, let's see. Vince's thing should be up.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is 5 minutes till midnight. And folks, I will be 48 years old. But the reason why I'm making this video is, you know what? I just want to thank everybody who have supported me during all of my live streams.
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
Daddy?
I just think there's a reason that we come in different bags.
Howard. Daddy, all that matters is he's sweet.
He ain't half as sweet as white chocolate.
I hate you!
New M&M's dark chocolate.
Was that really a real commercial? Oh my god, that's adorable.
Stop!
Oh my god. Oh. Oh, that's great.
Waggy! Stop!
Hey, my.
Oh, cats are so silly. I love cats.
Oh, shoot.
Why was it so?
Yeah, shit.
Some of those were good. Alright, well, don't fuck with geese. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Dodo donated $2.
And let it out. Dude, wiggle it, your left toe, like wiggle it. Breathe.
Yeah, that is a very bad idea. 1.5x speed. Orthopedic surgeon reacts to chiropractic epic ring dinger compilation.
So today I'm reacting to an epic ring dinger compilation.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And how I think the patients are affected both subjectively and objectively. Some of you have asked me to take a look at the video so you can use time points to skip ahead before and after the treatment. This assessment documents whether there has been a change in the neurologic status after treatment. More importantly, the test after the adjustment reveals whether or not he has created an upper motor neuron lesion, which is an interruption of the cortical supply to the lower motor neurons. And that just describes a break in the pathway from the brain to the motor nerves in the lower extremity. More specifically, a disruption of the nerve supply above the level of the reflex arc, which is being tested. In this case, it would be at the level of the neck since he is trying to pull people's freaking heads off. This type of iatrogenic injury would be demonstrated by hyperreflexia, or increased reflexive activity when tested.
And just keep your teeth together, breathe through your nose.
He warns the patients to keep their teeth together. This is important since he is applying his traction force through the jaws. If patients have their mouths open when the sudden traction is applied, the jaw could be dislocated or the mouth could be rapidly slammed shut, causing breakage of teeth. And as he is warning people of this, I'm sure that this has happened to at least one person.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Generally, in his videos, only a single quick traction maneuver is applied. However, here he has applied 2 in quick succession. I'm not sure why 2 were needed. It would be interesting to find out what he was experiencing or did it again.
Had to do a double ding.
Bending the head forward towards the chest. It is essentially a type of neuropathic pain, and it is a level. This is an example of a Lermite sign. Lermite sign is a sudden electric shock-like sensation that passes down the neck and down the spinal cord, radiating into the arms and legs. Usually, it is triggered by bending the head forward towards the chest. It is essentially a type of neuropathic pain, and it is an example of a paroxysmal symptom that lasts for only a few seconds or minutes. It is believed to be caused by stretching of hyperexcitable nerves of the dorsal column of the spinal cord, or the posterior portion of the spinal cord. It is elicited by movements of the neck. Although most commonly this is flexion, it can also be caused by neck extension. Given the position of the towel, the king stinger traction would cause a combination of traction and extension. Given that most people are not aware of what the Lermite phenomenon is, there is a possibility that people may interpret this sensation as a positive thing, when in fact it is a pathologic sign.
There we go.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Here, there is an opportunity for the practitioner to take advantage of this ignorance, leaving the patient to think that this was some beneficial force radiating through their body, when in fact, it is a type of neuropathic pain. It makes me wonder, how many of these king stingers can you have before it becomes a problem at a cellular or a neurological level? To be honest, I don't have this answer, but when assessing neurologic patients, a Lermite sign is a marker of pathology, not the celebratory dance after a touchdown. Technique performed, we would actually expect hyperreflexia at the level of the knee. Hyperreflexia is a condition where the reflexes are more vigorous than would normally be expected. It is caused by a lack of inhibitory signals from the brain to turn down the volume of the lower motor neurons to the stimulus of tapping the patellar tendon. If anyone starts kicking more vigorously after one of these adjustments, then Houston, we have a problem. In this case, the chiropractor felt that the initial traction wasn't enough. He felt that it was necessary to perform a rotational adjustment as well. Given the intimate relationship of each vertebrae with one another at the facets, I am not sure how these adjustments are beneficial for the cartilage of the facet joints themselves. We generally seek to avoid translational movements at other joints because of the potential for injury of the ligaments that
There you see the awkward landing, and right away.
After watching a few of these adjustments in succession, I start to wonder two things. One, how is this technique standardized or reproducible? There is not a gauge or instrument used to determine that a prescribed amount of tension is being used for each patient. How does the chiropractor know what amount of tension is required for each particular patient? And how does he ensure that they are using the exact amount of tension required and no more than is necessary? It would be good for the chiropractor to demonstrate this so that we can see how he determines this information and how he regulates. Oh, that might look like it hurts. That's because it does. It's called neuropathic pain. I've explained it above. It is generally not considered a good thing, except in chiropractic care. It forms a sting ringer without the bolsters that he typically uses. It assures the patient that despite the fact that he is not using the bolsters, he will still be able to achieve the desired effect by ramping up the velocity of the adjustment. He then proceeds to percussively yank the patient 2 feet up the bed. Whoa! By his neck. Okay. If we estimate this patient weighs approximately 200 pounds, then the force that must be overcome to move this patient from his resting position is 890 newtons. Given that actual facet dislocations can be reduced using less than 30 pounds of traction, it begs the question of what 900 newtons of traction does for the ligamentous tissues of the cervical spine. If 900 newtons of force is not good for your anterior cruciate ligament, how much better is it for the soft tissues of your neck? Oh yeah. Of your elbow against a portion of bone called the medial epicondyle. The location of the nerve leaves it susceptible.
Stadian, we're donating $2. Let me see.
What the? No antique farming equipment. Oh. Guys, let's go, bro.
Oh.
Yeah, go outside.
That's mean. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Wow. It doesn't like the shrimp. Oh. Those are nice.
Thank you.
Oh. Oh my god. That's special. Oh. 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 It's funny how cats like whacking. Oh. Oh, look at the babies. Oh, the kitty's helping. Wow. Oh my god. Wow, how do they walk so perfectly in their steps? That's amazing. Why is that so loud? I hate it when people do that stupid shit. Yeah, those kind of suck. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
How much better is it for the soft tissues of your neck?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. And that's why we call it ring dinger.
Your ulnar nerve, one of the main nerves of your upper extremity, travels around the inside edge of your elbow against a portion of bone called the medial epicondyle. The location of the nerve leaves it susceptible to impact if the elbow is banged against a hard object. When this happens, an unpleasant electrical shock sensation runs down your arm from your elbow into your hand. This is what it means to hit your funny bone. Usually, it is not that pleasant an experience, and it is definitely not something that you want to repeat or become addicted to. As a healthcare provider, I could bang you on your elbow over the ulnar nerve, and I could even call it a bling blinger. But it wouldn't mean that it was a good thing or that it was doing something beneficial for you. Know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Very good.
You gotta be kidding me. All I can say is, what the am I being punked right now? If I ever did something like this to a patient, I would find myself explaining my actions to my regulatory colleagues.
That's the money shot.
That's the money shot. Yep, no doubt.
Tony's spine has to be one of the most complex.
The chiropractor states that his patient, Tony, is one of the most complex spines that he has adjusted over his career.
Out of the hundreds of thousands of spines that I have adjusted in my 36-year career.
He states that he has adjusted over several 100,000 spines over a 36-year period. If we take him at his word and round it to 200,000, that is 5,555 spines annually, 106 spines weekly, and approximately 21 spines daily, assuming no vacations, of course. That is a pretty ambitious pace for a therapist that doesn't leave much time for assessment.
I know it's a little traumatic on the first one. Because we're breaking scar tissue loose down there in your low back lumbosacral region.
Scar tissue down where? Really?
Probably where you're getting a lot of your radiculopathy from.
If the chiropractor suspects that scar tissue is causing radiculopathy in her lower extremities, why is he performing a cervical adjustment? Radiculopathy is a localized phenomenon that results from compression of a nerve root at a particular level. If you have radiculopathy in your lower extremity, it is caused by compression of a nerve root in your lumbar spine. Your cervical spine has nothing to do with the compression in your lumbar spine. An adjustment of the cervical spine has no bearing on the compressive pathology downstream. After watching this video compilation, I am left with the impression that rather than a tailored approach to each person's individual pathology, the chiropractor tends to use an assembly line approach to treatment. Every person gets the same adjustment regardless of pathology. In all fairness to the chiropractor, this is a compilation video of many different treatment sessions.
Well, chiropractors are fucking retarded, so.
Want to thank Ryan, Pugman, KCB, Quick Pump, Lamar, and if I missed your name, I want to thank you too. You know, it's been a pretty good journey of 2 years when I first started streaming with just a Big Mac combo, and then it just grew from there, folks. And I had a good time after I was let go from Verizon. So, you know, you guys, hopefully we can do even more streams and keep the mints running, but just wanted to make this video to thank you guys. And, you know, honestly, now that I'm turning 48, I think I'm going to welcome in the age of 48 with, and you'll have to excuse me, I've been drinking. I think I will welcome it in the patriotic way. enjoy my cigar.
All right, well, he's 48.
Sergeant or instructor, whatever he was gonna say. Confidence. You mean fear. So you're afraid of the people who are abusing you. What confidence, man? Doesn't make any sense. Especially
According to the Corps, every Marine is first and foremost a rifleman.
again, they will use any word except for rifleman. Just anything, even though it doesn't make any sense. Especially when you talk about a woman, a rifleman. Whatever. They just don't want to use the word.
Recruits spend the bulk of 2 weeks devoted to marksmanship.
Dodo Donatillers skim through this. For as much shit you give women for believing in nonsense like crystal healing, homeopathy, Reiki, nutrition response testing, etc., men do stupid shit, which is even worse. What is this, just chiropractic?
My legs are tingling right now. Like I can't feel them, but I can feel them. It's a weird concept. It's like I can feel it, but I can't feel it. They're tingling, man. Oh man. Yeah, coming all the way from.
So this chiropractor basically damaged this guy's spine.
Hard getting you to flip and flip and flip.
Buddy, the guy's already in a wheelchair. Do you really want to turn him into a fucking quad?
I need to relax my arms. And rest. Ooh. There.
That is so stupid.
Up, man. Like, I love when you do, the standing that way. And moving around again. And like, you know how you do a little thing when you stand. I'm trying to go, let's do it. I hear you.
Doesn't want to bend?
Yeah, this one is right. That blood flow, things going. Yeah. With the movements that you have. Mm-hmm. So you've had to.
Well, it's not really a male-specific thing. Like, men and women do chiropractor things, so... Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
A marksmanship instead of learning how to people. They can't say it.
Friends and family see their new Marines for the first time in more than 3 months.
For a reason.
All right, welcome everyone. So today we are here for the debate, Is Darwinian Evolution a Fact? Between Sabor Ahmad and Dave Farina. So thanks everyone for coming. First of all, I'll just briefly introduce myself and before introducing our two speakers here. Sorry, I've got the stream open in the background like a numpty. All right, there we go. So my name is James Fodor. I am a PhD student at the University of Melbourne in Australia. So I studied cognitive neuroscience and language. I debated Sabor a few years ago on this topic, and so it's a pleasure to be able to facilitate another debate today. I have a science podcast, The Science of Everything, if anyone's interested in some of my other work, as well as my YouTube channel. But today we are here for the debate between Sabor and Dave, and I'm sure everyone knows the topic, Is Darwinian Evolution a Fact? Before we jump into the debate, I'm just going to introduce our two speakers. So first speaking...
Going Anders donators need to give Alu some advice. Well, that is not a good deadlift. Why didn't he just let go? I've never seen anything so stupid in my life. That is outrageously stupid. Some good, it's a very good angle here. It's turning into like an inverted U. Well, that's not very good. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders.
Speaking for the negative, we have Sabor Ahmad. Sabor is a debater actively engaged in discussions on atheism. He earned a master's degree in philosophy from Biber College, University of London, with a particular interest in the philosophy of biology. His master's thesis explored methodological adaptationism and junk DNA, which will also be central to his forthcoming book. He is currently a PhD student focusing on theistic evolution and is co-author of the book The Death of Neo-Darwinism, Dawkins versus Noble. Our second speaker speaking for the affirmative today is Dave Farina. So Dave is a science communicator and generalist, best known for his YouTube channel, Professor Dave Explains. While the channel is primarily a database of academic tutorials to help students with a variety of subjects, Dave is also passionate about neutralizing disinformation and science denial, from flat earthers and creationists to anti-vaxxers and medical hoaxes. Dave hopes to serve as a beacon towards the rehabilitation of public science literacy. So those are our speakers. Let me just introduce the format of the debate. So first, we're going to have 20 minutes of opening remarks from each of our speakers. So Sabor will go first, followed by Dave, and then each will have 10 minutes of rebuttal. So following that, there'll be 30 minutes of open discussion, which I will facilitate, where I'll present questions and the speakers can also ask each other questions. And to conclude, there'll be 2 minutes of summary, concluding summary from each of our speakers. Just as a final note, so I hope everyone, including our speakers, as well as those in the audience, will remain respectful and on topic. Also, just a reminder for the speakers that I will be enforcing the time limits just to remain ensure that everything remains fair. And also an encouragement for everyone. I know that many people today have come to support one or other of our speakers, which is fine. But I want to encourage everyone to keep an open mind and to think really critically and engage with the material so that hopefully we can all come to a better understanding of these important issues. All right, with that being said, I'll pass over to Sabor, who's going to give 20 minutes for his opening remarks.
Thank you for that, James. Can I get a 1-minute reminder just before I end? Can you hear me? All right, I'll begin. Okay, so the question before us tonight is Darwinian evolution a fact? So the first thing I need to do is define what I mean by Darwinian evolution. Now, I am defining Darwinian evolution as the modern synthesis or neo-Darwinism, and the reason for this is because it's the foundation currently of evolutionary theory. And there are objections to the neo-Darwinian modern synthesis by the likes of James Shapiro, Dennis Noble, and others. Now, this is the big question that's being debated between two great giants of evolutionary theory. In the camp of neo-Darwinism, you have Richard Dawkins, and in the camp of anti-neo-Darwinism, you actually...
This guy has no idea what he's talking about. I just want to go back a bit. Mendel's research on genetics. He didn't know what genetics was. He could only explain some of the observations he saw, but I don't think they had DNA back then where he could actually explain the phenomena. The common belief that the neo-Darwinian modern synthesis was buttressed by the discoveries of molecular biology is incorrect. DNA and biology perfectly align with Darwin's theories.
Others. Now, this is the big question that's being debated between two great giants of evolutionary theory. In the camp of neo-Darwinism, you have Richard Dawkins, and in the camp of anti-neo-Darwinism, you actually have Dennis Noble. Now, this interesting debate took place about 2 years ago. Both of them went head to head. And what you see in this debate is they are essentially arguing on a very simple point about causality, but then that lifts into other areas. And primarily, they're focusing on Dennis Noble's book, Dance to the Tune of Life, which is published by Cambridge University. So I'm going to be using the arguments of Dennis Noble from this book, which have been battle tested against the likes of Dawkins. Now, there's 4 pillars of neo-Darwinism, according to Dennis Noble, and all 4 of these pillars, according to him, have fallen. The first one is the central dogma, which is DNA to RNA to proteins. There's only one way causation of information. Now, according to him, that's not true. Although the dogma holds in that direction, it is not the only way that information is conveyed. The second pillar is the Weismann barrier. This is the idea that the genome is isolated from the soma cells. The third is the passive vehicle, that the organism is a passive vehicle to retain genes which are active causally in the process of evolution. The last pillar is the pillar of randomness. So what Dennis Noble is challenging is the idea that randomness can actually generate function. He doesn't deny randomness. This is a common straw man that's made against him. However, what he's challenging is the idea that randomness in of itself can generate biological functionality. Now, before I get into the argument, there's some objections that Farina has made in his video. Now, his video is very long. This is only about a minute in which he makes several mistakes. And what I want to do is clarify those. He claims that neo-Darwinism came about in the 1920s. And that the modern synthesis came 70 years later, which would mean 1990s. He objected to using these terms interchangeably, and he called Dennis Noble a complete clown. Now, firstly, if you go to the first slide, you can see that biologists are using these terms interchangeably, but I'm going to get into this in more detail, and you'll see why they can be used as such. Now, the first claim, neo-Darwinism came about in the 1920s. The problem with this claim is the founders of neo-Darwinism were dead by 1920. So you had Alfred Russel Wallace and August Weismann, who both passed away in 1914 and 1913. So how could neo-Darwinism be put together in the 1920s? Clearly, this doesn't make any historical sense. The second claim, that the modern synthesis came 70 years later, meaning 1990s. Again, another absurd claim. Julian Huxley's book, The Modern Synthesis, which came out in 1942, is testament to the fact that modern synthesis came way before 1990. In fact, he was dead by 1975. Interestingly, there was lots of developments in evolutionary theory during that time. 1976, you had the most popular explanation of the modern synthesis by Richard Dawkins, the selfish gene. In 1983, you had McClintock winning the Nobel Prize for discovering the process of genome reorganization, which is a direct challenge to the modern synthesis. So how does it make sense that the modern synthesis came together in the 1990s when all these developments were happening? Clearly, this is absurd. So I'm going to be again referring to Dennis Noble here. Dennis Noble's book is referring to this development of the modern synthesis from neo-Darwinism, and that's why the terms are used interchangeably. He says that in 1896, we first find the usage of the term neo-Darwinism. However, its origins, according to him, go back to the 1870s. And the modern synthesis version of Darwinism, according to him, came together between 1920s and 1950s. So Sv3rige's claims, let's have a look at them. Neo-Darwinism came about in the 1920s. That's false. Modern synthesis came about 70 years later. Again,
none of these statements have anything to do with the proposition of the debate. It's whether or not is Darwinian evolution a fact? What does any of these statements have to do with the proposition for the debate?
and false. He objected to using.
You know, this guy's Muslim. This is what they all do. They literally are like fucking brain dead retards, and they can't stick to a fucking debate topic.
These terms interchangeably, and if you go back a few slides, you will see here that both people who are proponents of neo-Darwinism and against that, this history teacher wanted to give you an international.
What? World War I took place in 1960s?
Relations analysis of the geopolitical causes of World War I. Your evolutionary theory go back to 1962 with the Noble model.
Now he's talking about, I'm just going to skip through this because this is just nonsensical. None of it, he's literally just making one big long character attack, claiming that Professor Dave doesn't know what Darwinian evolution is, when they're supposed to be debating whether or not Darwinian evolution is a fact. Oh, is he finally fucking... why did they give him so much time to fucking ramble?
Are at play. Now, another pillar is the passive vehicle. Now, this is the idea that the organism is passive and the genes are active. The genes are the real drivers of causality here. Now, during the discussion, Richard Dawkins and Dennis Noble started to go back and forth on this particular view. Now, Dawkins basically said to Noble, I could take your genome and I could take all of the 3 billion base pairs and I could engrave them in granite. After 10,000 years, I could put them in a sequencing machine and I can make a replica of you, Dennis Noble. And Noble said, no, you can't. He said, you need the egg cell. So Noble is challenging this idea that the organism or the cell is actually passive and the genes are active and the genes are, has to be as.
He's still not talking about whether or not Darwinian evolution is a fact.
At least one-eyed. And the reason why he's saying that is because he believes purpose, agency is alive. It's there in the organism. Understand and articulate and make the viewers understand what Dennis Noble is actually saying? I very much doubt it. So he will not be able to go down the...
Thanks, Sabor. So that concludes his opening remarks. So we now have, let me reset.
So he didn't make a single argument. Just endless character attack.
All right. So we now have 20 minutes for Dave to present his opening remarks.
All right, so this is supposed to be a debate about evolution. As you can already see, there will be very little discussion of actual science because Sabor is incapable of it. He doesn't actually understand any of the things he's referencing. Instead, these are the things he does. He fixates on the definitions of words and distorts them. He hides behind philosophical jargon. He misquotes scholars, pretends they support his lies, and shouts a lot, typically. So we'll discuss the details of the distortions in the debate, but for now, let's hear from Sabor's super-duper favorite philosopher, Elliot Sober, that Sabor distorts what he says and others. So this is straight from the horse's mouth here. So we can immediately see that whenever Sabor is quoting people, referencing people, we can be pretty sure that he's lying. And since he has no ability...
Sorry, Dave, can you Can you hear me? So the audience weren't able to hear that, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, I don't know exactly why that is.
That's strange. Well, I'm sorry, but if you go to Skydive Phil's channel, you can see it. Sober is explicitly stating that Sabor misrepresents him. So it's a shame you couldn't hear it, but that's what he says. So you can be pretty sure that that's exclusively what Sabor does, and he doesn't actually have the ability to discuss any of these scientific topics. He's just going, Noble says this, Sober says that. That's pretty much all he does. So he basically has no argument. To prove his incompetence, you just need to look at the title of this debate. He insists on this debate with this ridiculous title over and over again, and it's completely meaningless. First, let's talk about the part with Darwinian evolution. So let's make it perfectly clear that he doesn't actually know what Darwinian evolution means. He regularly says it's the current evolutionary paradigm. It isn't. So yeah, it's a model from the 19th century. He's trying now to obfuscate and talk about neo-Darwinism, conflate it with all these other models. That's not what the title of the debate is. I'm going to stick to the title of the debate. And so it is the case that nobody in the field refers to themselves as Darwinists or subscribing exclusively to Darwinian evolution. It's outdated and used mainly by creationists to try to reduce an entire field of science down to the utterances of a single prophet. So Darwinian evolution refers to descent with modification and natural selection. That's all. It sounds like he wants to talk about neo-Darwinism, but that's not what he called the debate. So that's his bad. So again, Darwin didn't know anything about genetics. He didn't know about DNA, anything like that. No concept of mutation. Neo-Darwinism, he's taking this reaction video I did where I spoke off the cuff, trying to remember dates. So, okay, I said 1920s. He's right. Around the turn of the 20th century, neo-Darwinism was coined to incorporate aspects of Mendelian genetics, though still nothing about DNA. And then modern synthesis, right? If you want to refer to extended synthesis, whatever syntheses you want to refer to, once we understood DNA and all of these other evolutionary mechanisms, we started talking about a new paradigm here. And so what important thing to understand for this debate is that Darwinism is in the middle. It is part of the modern synthesis. So variation being acted upon by natural selection is still an enormous part of evolution. Absolutely zero biologists reject this idea. Each model encapsulates the prior. Nothing is lost, more simply added. So Sabor is going to imply that Noble, all these other people, are pushing alternatives to Darwinism. They don't. It's in there. Now the bit about being a fact. Sabor doesn't actually know what a fact is. Objects and concepts are not facts. Would you say that a chair is a fact? That doesn't mean anything. A fact is a singular datum. We could say that the chair exists. That's a fact. Statements can be facts. Scientific facts are observations that have been repeated so many times so as to make their veracity beyond reasonable doubt, but they are never assigned any kind of supreme certainty. They are subject to revision, no matter how unlikely. So, for example, water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level. That's been true every time anyone has ever done it, but you never know. To bring this back to the debate title, scientific concepts are not facts. We wouldn't say gravity is a fact. That doesn't mean anything. But we could say that gravity factually exists, just as we would say that evolution by Darwinian mechanisms factually occurs. So, unlike a fact, which is a singular datum, a theory is a model that correlates a variety of disparate data and explains them all elegantly in a singular model, which makes falsifiable predictions. Theories can yield facts. I'm sure Sabor would agree that it is a fact that the Earth goes around the sun, and yet this understanding is called heliocentric theory. Demonstrating his confusion, Sabor constantly claims that facts are absolute, certain, not subject to revision. This is false. He contrasts this with theories, which to him are hopelessly uncertain, subject to eternal revision, and can never be proven. This just shows that Sabor doesn't actually even know what science is. Proof is for mathematics and logic. Science doesn't prove anything ever. This creates problems for Sabor's flawed epistemology. Here is a fact derived from a theory. Is it absolute or not? Could we make an observation that could overturn the fact that the Earth goes around the sun? If yes, facts are absolute. If no, theories can be absolute. To get more clarity, let's distinguish between a priori knowledge and a posteriori knowledge. A priori knowledge is that which is gathered through reason alone. This is limited to things like the perfect imaginary world of mathematics, where we can make deductions free from actual experience. A posteriori knowledge means through observation, which is literally all of science. If there is uncertainty here, if this is invalid, then it applies to all of science. This implies that we have no certainty about the shape of the Earth or atoms existing or anything like that. So if Sabor wants to take this extreme philosophical stance, then he must explain why he is exclusively freaking out about evolution, and most specifically about common ancestry for humans and other apes. Why not all the same fuss over heliocentrism? Because this science challenges his baseless faith. In science, once theories hold up after decades or even centuries of verification through rigorous testing, we say that they are consistent beyond reasonable doubt. Never do theories become facts, never do they become laws, never do we regard them as absolute, but simply so incredibly consistent with reality that it would be unreasonable to presume that they are not true. Evolution is one such theory, along with germ theory, heliocentrism, and others. In an effort to distinguish something like heliocentrism from theories he doesn't like evolution, Sabor might say that the Earth going around the sun is a fact because it's a singular observation. No, it isn't. You can't just go all the way outside the solar system and watch the planets sped up going around the sun. It's an inference based on countless observations, like the positions and motions of planets.
I've never heard the idea that uranium triggered life to start and mutate. I've never heard that idea in my life.
And other celestial objects, stellar parallax, and other threads of evidence. Heliocentrism correlates a wide variety of data and explains them neatly with a singular model. That's what a theory is. Other facts he regularly cites also do not check. Water is H2O. That's an observation, so it's an absolute fact. Well, how do we know this? How do we know the molecular formula? How do we even know that atoms exist? Atomic theory. You can't observe an individual water molecule. There's another problem here. Sabor regularly says that observations are facts, so to him, an observation.
Buzz $20 Dave is amazing and so smart and stands up to bullshit, but he's still on the Israel is committing a genocide thing. Could he be convinced? I'm pretty sure Dave is just a lying coward, and the only reason he says Israel is committing a genocide is because his wife is Palestinian and she's a fucking terrorist Hamas Jew hater. And he's a beta male cuck, and he figures the only way he's still gonna get blowjobs is if he goes along with his dumb bitch wife. So I don't think Dave actually believes that Israel's committing a genocide. I've also challenged him to a debate on the topic, and he just ghosted me. I know he saw the message, but he just ghosted me. So that is a clear indication to me that he doesn't actually believe in anything he's saying, and he's just cucking to his wife who's got him whipped. Thanks for the donation, though, Fuzz.
Observation can be considered factual. Well, we observe Darwinian evolution every single day, so it factually occurs by his own standard. Random mutations in bacterial colonies leading to entire strains with antibiotic resistance is an example of evolution by natural selection. We observe this repeatedly, so it's a fact. We also observe speciation. We have observed the emergence of new species of microorganisms, plants, and animals. Speciation is evolution. Evolution is therefore a fact. Now, Sv3rige will probably claim that's not what he means by Darwinian evolution. In fact, he's clearly already obfuscating and trying to talk about more modern paradigms. He's going to say he meant common ancestry, tree of life, all the stuff that Noble talks about in addition. That's what he doesn't like. That's fine. We can talk about all these other things. We can talk about Noble. We can talk about all these other mechanisms that you don't actually understand. But first, concede the debate. Darwinian evolution factually occurs, and then never do a debate with this dumb fuck title ever again. This is the title of the debate that you chose. If you want to talk about something else, concede the debate, and then we'll talk about your other topics instead. For now, let's proceed with what I thought the debate was going to be about. So if speciation happens today, it is logical to extrapolate that it's happened in the past to proceed to produce the species that are here, which gives us common ancestry. Sv3rige especially despises common ancestry of the great apes. He has zero ability to address the field of biological anthropology and just pretends it doesn't exist. There are precisely zero anthropologists who do not accept the fact that humans are apes and that we have recent common ancestry with other apes. This was hypothesized, thus predicting transitional forms, and then dozens of transitional species were found. That's science. The tree of life will never be overturned. It can be revised. Of course, individual clades are reorganized every day, but it will never go away. Common ancestry is factually true. Even if you include, he loves to talk about horizontal gene transfer, endosymbiotic events, all these other things. This is just a revision of details. It's not rewriting everything, right? It doesn't somehow render phylogeny invalid. Of course, he's got all these colorful analogies he usually likes to toss out here, like the tree of life is not well substantiated. It's like having 13 pages of a big old book like War and Peace, so many missing species. This is completely idiotic. He has no idea how many species are missing. We know of millions, and we have whenever we find new ones, they fall into the tree nicely. So it's not really like a book with a plot. It's more like a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. How many pieces do we need? A few hundred? If we have 952, can we be confident far beyond reasonable doubt what the puzzle is? If it's a hot air balloon, what are those last few pieces going to change? Not much, okay? Of course, Sv3rige needs to fabricate some kind of uncertainty into science he doesn't like, so he does what every other science-denying pseudo-intellectual moron does. He whines about Thomas Kuhn and paradigm shift. Every electric universe crank I've ever seen uses this book to pretend that Einstein is obsolete and being overturned. Every paradigm is replaced. All of science is constantly shifting. Everything we know is wrong at all times. So the biggest paradigm shift in the history of science, and the one he always cites, is modern physics, or the shift from classical Newtonian mechanics to quantum mechanics and relativity. Even in this extreme example, the existing paradigm is not discarded. It works just fine, and we continue to use it to this day. It is not wrong. It just got limited to the motion of objects larger than an atom that go nowhere near the speed of light. For example, Newton's law of universal gravitation, this law still works just fine. To apply Sv3rge's attitude, will we shift away from Einstein's paradigm too? Is it a fact that space-time warps around massive objects or not? If we get a theory of everything, will this fact cease to be true? If not, then why pretend the previous paradigm is worthless? It isn't. Look at how atomic theory has evolved over time. With each discovery, everything about the previous model continued to be true. We just got additional layers of detail and precision. Never did new information reveal that atoms don't exist. So the same goes for evolution. Discovering new mechanisms does not mean that the old ones don't exist. The core principles put forward by Darwin of descent and modification.
Want to run some T8 sets like good old times? I don't think I can today. I want to get through this video first of all, and dude, it's been so fucking long since I played T8. I definitely need to brush up a bit.
With modification and natural selection are objectively true and continue to be true. They just aren't the whole picture. Biologists today all acknowledge the validity of Darwin's work as the forefather of evolutionary biology, but none of them are Darwinists. We're past that, and all of the mechanisms he wants to bring up from Noble and whatever he wants to talk about, none of that invalidates Darwinian evolution, which is the title of the debate. So again, concede this, then we'll talk about whatever you want. So it's pretty much we're saying what could possibly overturn something like atomic theory? You'd have to put forward something that explains every single experiment in the history of chemistry. Same with evolution. We observe it every day. It's the cornerstone of biology. The details are refined. not the full picture. Of course, Sabor has his list of reasons that evolution in particular is no good. He's always talking about probabilistic frameworks and assumptions and disputes. Evolutionary biology is not any more probabilistic than any other science. That doesn't mean anything. It does not apply the scientific method any differently than chemistry or physics. Sabor loves to toss around the terms homology and homoplasy to pretend that evolutionary biologists just make up whatever they want. This is idiotic. These are homologous structures. We know they are homologous because they are made from the same parts: radius, ulna, carpals, metacarpals, phalanges. They are just molded to different shapes, something easily explainable by evolution. Slow morphological change on consistent structural features to yield totally different purposes. That's not how design works. We don't build planes out of boat parts, and yet nature sometimes makes legs and fins and wings out of the same parts because it can't scrap everything and start from scratch. It is not sentient. Homoplasy, on the other hand, describes analogous features. They have superficial similarity, like the same function, but do not indicate recent common ancestry. We can tell because they actually are very different. That the eye evolved many times is not hard to swallow. Even in extant life, we see a variety of complexities for vision. All you need is a photoreceptor selectively expressed on certain cells. Now the organism can sense light. Over time, features evolve that improve this function, like a lens, cornea, etc. This is all sequential and piecemeal. Unlike the caricature that Sabor paints, we don't just assume that everything with structural or functional similarity is immediately related. For example, swimming fast is important to aquatic animals, so they tend to adopt similar shapes, those which are conducive to swimming fast, namely this torpedo shape. Same environment, same selective pressures, so we can expect similar phenotypes even though they aren't closely related. In contrast, something like pharyngeal gill slits support common ancestry because they are remnants of embryonic development in ancestral forms. They do not become gills. They follow some other pathway due to specific mutations that alter the progress of embryonic development at a particular time. Homology is not an assumption. It is a deductive inference based on empirical evidence of shared ancestry. If we're so hopeless when it comes to determining which structural features are due to common ancestry and which are not, then why are we not even remotely confused when we assign things like this? Why is it so easy to conclude that pterodactyls and parrots are not as closely related as pterodactyls and non-flying dinosaurs? Some homologies are difficult to interpret, others aren't. That's just science. We should note that Sabor regularly admits that he has no issue with whales evolving from land mammals or other examples of extremely significant evolutionary change, which is good since we have countless fossils that represent lineages from fish to tetrapods, land mammals to ocean mammals, dinosaurs to birds, and all the rest. Transitional hominid species embody the exact same principles as all these other lineages. If land mammals can evolve into whales and dolphins, then this small amount of variation in the common ancestry of the great apes is absolutely trivial and is better substantiated than almost any other lineage, given the thousands of specimens we have over dozens of species and multiple genera. He has no ability to dispute any of this. He just shouts circular reasoning and other bullshit as though that is a valid refutation of entire fields of science. There is no circular reasoning. We generate hypotheses and test them. Finding all of these hominin specimens that were predicted is a vindication of the model. Sabor also just regurgitates crap he learned in Philosophy of Science 101 as though it makes him sound intelligent. Evolution bad because swan can be black. He loves his black swan example and the scatter plot and these kinds of things. Once again, science produces exclusively a posteriori knowledge, which is based on observation. All of science is inductive. He rages against this science in particular because it contradicts his baseless faith. Furthermore, placing deduction on a pedestal above induction is silly. Deductive reasoning applied to real-world concepts also relies on induction. Premises are based on observations, which are inductive inferences. Take the famous Aristotelian syllogism: how do we know that all men are mortal? Observation, induction. Lastly, just like any other intelligent design propagandist, Sabor pretends there is so much controversy and debate within the scientific community. There isn't. And as predicted, he points to figures like Dennis Noble to pretend this much. And I'm sorry, Sabor, he is a joke. And you know so little about him that you don't even know that he's not an evolutionary biologist. He's a physiologist. He's not an evolutionary biologist. He's funded by the Templeton Foundation to spread this kind of propaganda, to give some creationists something to talk about. That 2016 meeting you're talking about was funded by the Templeton Foundation. Nobody in evolutionary biology gives two shits about this guy. I'm very sorry to tell you. So to conclude, is Darwinian evolution a fact? Well, is it a fact that the Earth goes around the sun, even though this fact is derived from heliocentric theory? If yes, then facts can be derived from theories, and Darwinian evolution is a fact. If no, then you're going to be hard-pressed to come up with a single thing that qualifies as a scientific fact. To put it another way, if this theory yields this fact, but you pretend other theories are incapable of producing facts, you are cherry-picking the science that you don't like. If this is not a fact, then there are no scientific facts, and the entire debate is pointless, an exercise in preaching to your brainwashed flock. And thus, we close with an ultimatum for Sabor, which must be fulfilled by the end of the debate. Since this was a debate about Darwinian evolution, take the position that no a posteriori knowledge is certain, so we can never be certain about anything in the universe, which makes the debate meaningless as you are singling out evolutionary biology due to an ideological agenda. Or two, admit that your definition of fact includes a posteriori knowledge like heliocentrism, which is derived from a theoretical framework, and that you simply fail to demonstrate how evolutionary biology is any less certain than other examples of well-established theories. Your choice, either is fine with me.
Okay, thanks, Dave. That concludes his opening remarks. Excuse me. We'll now be moving into the rebuttal section of the debate. So each speaker will have 10 minutes to respond to what the previous speaker said. I just want to remind our speakers that it's perfectly fine to critique the ideas of the opposition and to also question their credentials and things like that. But please keep your criticisms focused on the topic of the debate and relevant to the issue. So with that being said, Sabor will now have 10 minutes of rebuttal. Do you want your slides?
Yes, I've amended the slides according to some of the things that Sv3rige is claiming. Can I start now?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. So one of the first claims that he actually makes is that no one uses the term Darwinism. Here we have Richard Dawkins in The Devil's Chaplain, basically saying Darwin may be triumphant at the end of the 20th century, but we must acknowledge the possibility that new facts may come to light, which will force our successors of the 21st century to abandon Darwinism or modify it beyond recognition. What he also ignored was this particular term again turning up when Dennis Noble's book, Dance to the Tune of Life, he refers to the modern synthesis version of Darwinism. So again, it is a term being used. Now, there's something really interesting.
He is not covering the debate topic. So he's just harping on and on about some definition being used.
Have been found to be neutered. You've been found to be domesticated under the environmental pressure of a debate, and you have been
having nothing to do with what you...
Did you have any slides to present with this, Dave?
No, I'm just going to address this bullshit he's spewing. Okay, so I find this really hilarious. You're whining about my presentation having nothing to do with what you said. That's because you didn't talk about the topic. You're so fucking stupid that you don't even know how to do a debate based on the topic that you chose. You said Darwinian evolution. Everything you're saying is wrong. You don't understand the definitions of these words. You just said that I said that Darwinian evolution is random mutations and natural selection. I didn't say that, so you either weren't listening or I don't know what's going on over there. Darwin didn't know about mutations. Darwinism precedes the entire field of genetics. Even when neo-Darwinism came about, it still was about Mendelian genetics, so we still didn't know about DNA. So all these other mechanisms you want to allude to has nothing to do with Darwinian evolution. So like I said, look, we can talk about any of these other things you want, but this was the debate title that you chose. So, and it's also why you went first, because that way you could talk about whatever you wanted and pretend that I'm off topic. I'm the one talking about the topic that you chose. Darwinian evolution is descent with modification and natural selection. That factually happens. So whatever vernacular you want to use, it's a fact. So you can admit that evolution by natural selection factually occurs. You lose this debate. Then I'll gladly talk about whatever else you want. Common ancestry, we're going to talk about all these things. It's totally fine. But you have to admit that Darwinian evolution factually occurs, right? You can't just distort the definitions of all these concepts here. Darwin precedes genetics. He had no idea what mutations are, no random mutations, any of this stuff. So just stop. This is getting ridiculous. The second thing we're going to talk about, as I predicted, you have no ability to discuss science. All you do is Daddy Dennis Noble said this other guy said that. Stop whining about what people say and talk about the science. We're going to talk about all of these mechanisms. We're going to talk about the biology. We're not going to go, this guy did this. And by the way, Dennis Noble, something in Oxford University Press, or whatever. That's not Oxford University. It's a publisher, right? Anybody can publish books. That doesn't mean everything in it is perfect. And it doesn't mean that all of the Oxford faculty is like, yay, go Dennis. All right. And no, I'm sorry. He's not an evolutionary biologist. Okay. He's a physiologist. Nobody in the field takes him seriously. And same, I'm sorry, you're bringing up Behe and McClatchy. Like, how dumb do you want to make yourself look by association? You're bringing up Discovery Institute cranks. Yes, I said what I said on Twitter because he was being an idiot. What do you want to do about it? It's fine. All right. And I've debunked all of those clowns to high heaven. So talking about Noble, right? So we look, it's common knowledge among evolutionary biologists that Noble completely misunderstands key concepts in evolutionary biology. Anytime he's talking about the gene-centric view, anytime he's talking about the central dogma, right? This idea that something is contradicting the central dogma. No, it isn't, right? The central dogma, all it says is that the information is going from DNA to mRNA to tRNA and therefore proteins, and that it can't go the other direction in that particular lineage there. Do you know why? Because amino acid residues, right? There are multiple codons that code for the same amino acid residue. And so if you have one amino acid residue, you don't know what codon it came from. You can't go from an amino acid chain, that information, you can't tell what genome it came from. That's all the central dogma is talking about. I don't know why Crick called it a dogma. It's not a dogma. I think he just didn't know what the word dogma means, but that's what the central dogma is. So anytime people bring up like reverse transcriptase or these other things, these other mechanisms, it's not contradicting the central dogma. So we can definitely talk about the things that Noble says, right? We can talk about all these things. By the way, there's so many, he's just also constantly constructing strawman arguments against neo-Darwinism. He attacks positions they don't hold, right? There was a rant about Jerry Coyne where he just fabricated a thing that Jerry Coyne says. Yeah, there's plenty of critiques, right? I'm not going to do what you do. I'm not going to go, this guy said this guy said that. But if you want to go there are plenty of critiques of Dennis Noble exposing how he doesn't actually know what he's talking about with these regards. Anything bringing up neo-Lamarckism is just completely misled, right? And Lamarckism is about giraffes getting the longer neck to get the fruit, and then that is somehow passed down immediately to offspring, right? That's not there. None of these mechanisms that are meant to represent neo-Lamarckism are actually Lamarckism. What else do we want to? Oh, you mentioned this thing. This is really want to get into. This is why I want to talk about science, because anytime you actually try to talk about science, you sound so stupid. It's unbelievable. You're talking about membranes and not being coded in the genome. Well, how the hell are those molecules synthesized, right? You want to talk about lipids in the membrane? Where do those come from, Sabor? Those come from enzymes. Enzymes build them. And how do you get enzymes? They're coded for in the genome. See, so we're going to talk about molecular biology. Anything you want to talk about Noble, don't go, he said this was published in that. Talk to me about science. We're going to talk about science. We're going to put away our heroes and our daddies and all that. We're going to get into these actual mechanisms, right? We're going to talk about science. Talk to me about molecules and cells, transcription, translation, mutations. We're going to talk about that. Anytime you stray from that, I'm going to bring you back. We're going to be talking about science here, right? You wanted to take me to the deep waters, right? Sabor wants to take me to deep waters. So let's go there. So really, I had a couple other points here. What did I say? You said Lamarck about common ancestry. Lamarck did not accept common ancestry. He thought life was constantly spontaneously appearing. So they all had different forms and separate ancestry. What else? Did I have some other notes here? Yeah, more about Noble. He proposes mechanisms where an organism self-directs its own evolution in response to environmental conditions or stimuli. That's not the case. But in general, yeah, let's see. Yeah, that's about all I had. So yeah, we can go anywhere you want here, but the first thing that's going to happen is that you're going to admit that the title of the debate is stupid. Maybe never use this title ever again. Darwinian evolution, the title that you chose, descent with modification and natural selection, factually occurs. So you're going to concede that that's a fact, right? That's where we start. Once you concede that, we can go into any of these other areas you want to talk about, and we're going to do so by talking about science. We're not going to say Dennis Noble said that, Elliot Sober said that, this guy said that. We're going to talk about science, okay? Because all you ever do is misquote people, and I can't fact check immediately in real time how you're misquoting people. So we're going to talk about science. If you bring someone up, I'm going to say, what are they talking about? Explain it to me. Explain it to me in scientific terms, okay? So that's the name of the game. Let's go for it.
You still have 3 minutes left. Are you happy to say the rest of it?
I don't have anything else to say.
All right. Well, thanks, Dave. Let me just stop the clock there. Okay, so we're now going to move into 30 minutes of moderated discussion. Just want to remind both of our speakers, I'll bring them back here to stay on topic and try to be civil, please. I know it's been a little bit heated and it's fine to disagree, but what I want to do to start us off is try to get a bit of clarity on the topic, because there's obviously been some disagreement as to exactly how to understand Darwinian evolution. And I wrote down a couple of points here, and I'd like you both to respond to this. So Sv3rige said that he defines Darwinian evolution as random mutation plus natural selection can generate mind and body. Whereas Dave described Darwinian evolution as descent with modification plus natural selection. So what appears to be at the core of the disagreement here from Sv3rige is this idea that Darwinian evolution claims that these mechanisms of random mutation and selection can generate mind and body. So Sv3rige, I was wondering if you could maybe clarify for us what you mean by that, and then Dave can respond and we can go from there.
Sure. I mean, if we are to accept what Dave is saying, then why would such a debate like Dawkins versus Noble take place? Why would the Genetic Book of the Dead, which has an entire chapter dedicated to Noble, why would that take place? Why would Understanding Living Systems, the book, be published by Ray Noble and Dennis Noble a year later? Clearly these discussions are happening and he's not aware of what's going on, so he's just trying to his best attempt is to try and make a fallacy of equivocation. That's what he's basically doing. Now, if he read my book, which he had plenty of time to do because that book came out months ago, in that book, I make it very clear. Natural selection takes place, random mutations take place. This is the same thing that Dennis Noble says. No one denies this. In fact, this is something that was known way before any of these discussions took place. So what we are really speaking about is, does natural selection plus random mutations, can it create mind and body as the Sv3rige gene purports it can? That is what we need to discuss. Not the...
Oh my god.
Much love, VG.
Well, thanks, Nut Muffin. Appreciate the donation and support. This guy is just... There's no point in ever debating these morons. They're just lying, dishonest, retarded cowards. He can't stick to the fucking topic. He basically already admitted that the debate topic that he chose was stupid and has already conceded. Dodo donated $2. My favorite thing is when chiropractors LARP as actual doctors on YouTube and give nutrition advice, other health advice, and call themselves doctor. Also, when the song came out, did all the black girls in your school blast it? No, I don't recall anybody ever listening to that. But yeah, chiropractors are lying frauds. That's why they call themselves doctors. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Does Darwinian evolution take place, natural selection with random mutations? Everybody agrees with that. Dennis Noble agrees with that. I've agreed with that. If you actually saw my talks, you would hear me saying that exact thing. So I'm very surprised that your best attempt is to try and make a straw man of my argument and rely...
Then why did he agree to that debate proposition?
On the fallacy of equivocation.
It's not a straw man. That's the title you chose, right? If you're admitting that Darwinian evolution occurs, that it actually occurs, then why did you name the debate is Darwinian evolution effect? This is the title that you chose, buddy. And as I predicted, you're just going, Dennis Noble, this guy, this book, right? What do you mean creating mind and body? Darwinian evolution creating mind and body. What are you even talking about?
What I'm talking about is Richard Dawkins' book, The Sv3rige Gene. You ever heard of that? That's the main claim of the book.
Stop listing books and people. Talk to me about science, buddy. Talk to me about science.
Okay, is Richard Dawkins a scientist?
Yeah, he's a scientist. So if you want to paraphrase him, you can paraphrase him if you want.
No, I'm not paraphrasing him. I'm telling you exactly what he says. He says genes created as mind and body.
Gene created as mind and body? What?
Do you have a comprehension issue? What I said is genes created as mind and body.
Okay, so gene expression yields to an organism. What are you saying?
Look, let me tell you something very clearly. James, the environmental pressure of being in a debate has led...
So this guy literally chose the debate proposition, took the negative view of the debate proposition, conceded, is both admitting and not admitting that he conceded, and now he's just rambling about some other fucking bullshit.
him to have some comprehension issues. So I think if you slow things down a little bit,
I think you're stalling.
No, I think if you slow it down a little bit, piece by piece, because what you don't seem to understand is James asked me a question which he seems to understand, but you don't understand. James, do you understand what I mean when I say Darwinian evolution and why it's different to what he's saying?
Well, it's not for me to get into the debate, but maybe if we can, Sv3rige, you can explain for us what you mean by generated mind and body, and then Dave can talk about why he thinks that's wrong.
That's perfectly fine. So the idea, and again, I'm going to go back to Noble.
Everything about Sub makes me feel levels of unspeakable violence. His mannerisms, voice, and face are all irritating. He has not one redeemable quality.
Yeah, yeah, he does have a very annoying face, and to go along with it, a very annoying personality. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
And I know Noble is kryptonite for you because you called him a clown. You contradicted his book. You contradicted his book multiple times, and you've been caught wanting. You don't actually have the evidence against him. You don't even understand what he said. In fact, I'm just going to ask you a very simple question.
Sure.
I'm going to define.
You're already changing the subject, though. By the way, you're already changing the subject.
I'm going to explain this. Okay. So let me explain this to you in very simple terms. Aristotle made distinctions about causality. I know you're nodding your head because it's too much for you, but let me just explain.
No, you're just like, we're talking about science and you're jumping to philosophy because you can't talk about science. You can't do it.
Philosophy and science are tied at the hip, okay? So this is Dennis Noble's argument, and this is why he challenges the selfish gene idea, the idea that genes create his mind and body. What he basically says is, look, Aristotle said, imagine a table. I am the efficient cause of the table as the carpenter. The table itself is made of wood, so wood is the material cause. The form of the table is the formal cause, and me relying on the table to put my laptop to refute you, that is the final cause. So you have 4 different types of causes. Now, what Dennis Noble is saying is genes are causes from a form perspective. They are templates, or in James Shapiro's terminology.
What the fuck?
They finished making your mama's toilet paper roll.
God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. I remember the image of Ismail al-Ghul when he was beheaded by an American.
Oh my god, that is just so stupid. Hasn't Hamas come out and admitted that over 70% of deaths in Gaza are adult male deaths of military age? And there's, like again, minimal civilian casualties?
Bomb. And the only thing that saved.
I'm pretty goddamn sure Hamas recently revised their death numbers. Yeah, Hamas-run health ministry quietly removes thousands from Gaza death toll, researchers find. Some 3,400 names were removed from the recent death reports from the Strip, raising concerns of inflated figures by Hamas. Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza has removed thousands of names from its death toll. Like, this is only a few days ago, too. So these people writing out this long banner of all the people who died, like, they're literal retards. So they lied about all of this. If you were seeing indiscriminate killing, you would expect roughly 26% adult male deaths, Fox said. In the 13 to 55 age group, which is Hamas fighter range, because we know they use child soldiers, it's 72% male in that group. So, Hamas... So, yeah, Hamas literally revised their death toll numbers. Israel is clearly targeting Hamas, not just indiscriminately killing civilians. And these people are fucking twats that should probably get deported under Trump. Thanks for the donation, though, Twat Destroyer.
They are not read-only files, they read rewrite files.
Dodo, donate $2. Good God, Hamas is such a scum. How could any of these dumb fuck SJWs possibly defend them? They hate Jews. That's all there is to it. It's just a Jew-hating Nazi cult. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And according to Richard Dawkins, and anyone can go back and watch the debate, according to Richard Dawkins, his view is that genes are causal. Genes created us mind and body. And I'm going to paraphrase what he's saying. Anyone can fact check me here, that the replicator distinction alongside the vehicle distinction, it is that the replicator controls the vehicle like with a remote control. And in fact, the very ultimate rationale of life is the preservation of genes. This is the selfish gene idea. This is standard. I'm so surprised you don't understand this.
You're saying literally nothing. You're doing analogy after analogy after analogy, something about tables. What are you saying? So are you saying that gene expression generates an organism? Can we just say that? What are you saying?
I never used the word gene expression. That's epigenetics.
By the way, gene expression is epigenetics. Every time you try to talk about science, you get this gem of stupidity, like gene expression is epigenetics.
One at a time, gentlemen.
What the hell does that mean?
Epigenetics leads to gene expression, doesn't it?
Epigenetics modifies gene expression.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Okay. Now
no, what do you mean thank you? What do you mean thank you? What you said was insanely stupid. Gene expression is epigenetics.
Let's go back to James's point about causality. I said genes created as mind and body is the idea. Why don't you challenge it?
Because it doesn't mean anything. What are you talking about? I'm trying to talk about science. You're saying something cryptic. Gene expression creates mind and body. Okay, are we saying that gene expression as an embryo generates the form of an organism? Is that it? Let's talk about science, buddy.
Okay, shall I put it in totally different words? Because you didn't understand Aristotle's point that I was trying to make.
You didn't say anything. You use stories and analogies because you can't talk about science. When you try to talk about science, you say something idiotic like gene expression is epigenetics. You don't even know what these words mean.
It's linked to epigenetics. Of course it is. Now, let me just go back to a very simple point and you tell me where this doesn't make any sense to you. The standard idea of the modern synthesis, which in 1976 was really popularized by the Selfish Gene book. Now, it goes back to between the 1920s to 50s. You thought it was the 1990s, which itself...
I said that off the cuff, if I even did say that, off the cuff in a reaction video. It's not like I did a piece on it. Yeah, you're referencing the reaction video where I made fun of you and your friend.
Were you wrong?
By the way, this is why Muslims will never debate anybody, because as soon as they do, they just prove to everybody they're fucking retarded. So they just create their small little dum-dum communities where they try to scam people for fucking money. And then as soon as anybody like tries to call them out on their bullshit, they just run and hide in their little fucking cockroach caves.
Okay, were you wrong about that?
I don't even think I said it, but if I did, yeah, it was earlier than the 1990s. So what? It was a reaction video. Who cares?
Okay, so the reaction video doesn't have to be factually correct. I'm glad.
It's a reaction video. It was 3 hours long. See, you're fixating on which decade did this come about, which decade, right? Who this?
You're getting an error on Streamlabs again. So, that is bizarre. It's always around $130 that happens, and at night. I don't know why that fucking works that way. Okay, I'm gonna open up Stream Elements. Why in the fuck? Yeah, always. Without fail. They still haven't gotten back to me, by the way. Yeah, they still haven't gotten back to me with the, like, what the fuck is even going on? Let me see. Revenue, tip settings, tip panel. Alright, there's the link for Stream Elements. I'm going to pin it so you can donate now using Stream Elements. Fuck Streamlabs. I have no fucking idea why it does that, but it does that. So there we go. We're using Stream Elements now. Retarded. I don't know. Maybe I should just stick to Stream Elements. Like, what's the point, right, if I'm gonna have to switch?
This guy said this because you can't talk about science. Talk to me about gene expression. Talk to me about genes.
Stream Elements, it's the same as Streamlabs. It basically has the same revenue split. It's only like they only take like 1% or something. It's a really small transaction fee.
Talk to me about any kind of science. You can't do it. You're switching the subject every 5 seconds because you can't do it.
all I'm speaking about is causality. So let me just go back to this idea very clearly. The blind watchmaker, are you aware of this idea? Are you aware of the idea that random mutations plus natural selection is the cause of biodiversity? You aware of this idea?
Primarily, yeah, that's a very large part of biodiversity, yes.
Okay, good, good. Dennis Noble is arguing it is at least a one-eyed watchmaker, not a blind watchmaker. Okay?
Ooh, very cryptic.
It's not very cryptic, actually, because what he's...
Let's see, Dodo donated $2. Page does not exist. Give me a second. Clickable links. Control labels. What does control labels mean? Oh my god. Why? Still not working. Still not working. Can you please translate what he's saying, please? Still not working. Page does not exist. Oh, wait. Is that gonna fix it?
والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وأما بعد ومن المؤمنين رجال صدقوا ما عاهدوا الله عليه فمنهم من قضى نحبه.
Yeah,
إنه نعمل حرب إنه نفرجن اليهود إنه إحنا مش إنه إحنا مش شاطرين إحنا أول.
So we have to make war to prove that we are stronger than the Jews. People love Palestine and they are ready to die for Palestine.
بحب فلسطين بدهم يحاربوا وبضحوا بدمهم عشان فلسطين. أنا بدي أهزم.
I want to fight against them, the Jews, and defeat them in war.
بالحرب. بدي أهزمهم.
بيعلمونا إنه الأقصى.
At school, they teach us that Al-Aqsa and all of Palestine is ours. The Jews lie and say that their temple is under the Al-Aqsa Mosque. It was never there. I hate the Jews. Yes, they teach us that the Zionists are our enemy. By the way, these fucking kids get anti-fucking Israel, anti-Semitic textbooks saying the Holocaust never happened, and they're provided by UNRWA. It's fucking insane. The United Nations is literally going out of their way to radicalize these kids so that they grow up to be insane fucking whack jobs that want to kill Israelis. So yeah, sorry Dodo, most of the links you sent me didn't work. But I was able to get to one. Thanks.
Palestinians are very educated and sophisticated people. Why do you wish harm upon these fantastic people? They even raise their children to be the most dignified people possible. Palestine FTW https://x.com/kosher cockney/status/190
We will never forget these scenes. Thousands of Gazans celebrating the coffins of Jewish babies. Still can't get over the jubilation we saw that day, can you? Yeah, it's, they just want peace. They just want self-determination. You know. Yeah, it's not like they're crazy radical Muslim scumbags that just want to kill things. Thanks for the donation, Al-Wali.
Do you think Jasmine has the potential to out-earn you if she focuses on her OnlyFans?
Probably not. Probably not. The most she ever earned on OnlyFans was about what I made per month at the time, so I really doubt it. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Faggot. Dodo $2. Are my links being clumped together? I think you need to separate them or something. I can see your URL because the dono ghoul is blocking it, but the links work if you can get it to work. Then I will just save them for tomorrow another day. Yeah, they're getting clumped together. And for some reason, it doesn't work, like this app doesn't work the same as Streamlabs where it separates out links. I have no idea why. Let me see if it's... Control labels. I'm gonna have to learn how to use stream elements later. I don't know if there's like a trick to this. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
https://youtube.b/eb7f68.
Alright, JP donated $13.
This will never work. You need 3 ways.
Well, thanks for the donation, JP. These videos are highly, highly boring.
More.
Can you just hold them up, please?
Man, this is not for kids.
That's what I'm talking, guys.
You have some superpowers?
You mean I can do the fire or something? What's going on, guys? Welcome back to my channel and this new part of video with 32 kg map. Feels like I'm ready, and guys, when this video will reach 100,000 likes, we'll make the next part of this. I never saw the weight like this before. Very heavy. Biceps. Sorry. Biceps.
Yeah.
Nice. It's like for back, for the warm-up.
Right? Man, this is not for kids.
Or
you cannot.
For this weight.
Friend, this is like not heavy.
I do like this one.
Yeah, but it's like not heavy, you know?
Can you just hold them up, please? What's
this body's mop?
There's a mop. Something happened, guys. How I use this?
Whoa,
yeah.
Bro. What's this, bro? Kg mop.
What do you mean, the 40 kg mop like?
Yeah, I never seen a mop like this before. This ain't regular mop.
This is like Like it's like regular map, like is it okay, guys? This way? Usually biceps. Like almost same. This I don't.
Heavy.
Thank you. Times per week, 4 exercise, 10 reps, 2 hours in the gym per session, and all of these arms, this doesn't work like this. Guys, if your goal same as mine, all what you arms workout or Anatoly do, and all of this you can find in my personal websites, and it's nice. I'm sorry, a little bit not very good. Like, that's what I'm talking like. Else? Video, don't.
Okay, he lifted the weight. Riveting, amazing, hilarious content. He pretended to be a janitor and he lifted a weight up. Wow.
He's basically saying his physiology guides evolution. That's his claim.
How? Specifically, mechanistically, mechanistically.
Beautiful. I'm just going to share my slides again.
Son Goku donated $2. I've never seen Ghost in the Shell. Is it good? Also, have you studied philosophy in depth? Well, there's a Ghost in the Shell animated series, and there's Ghost in the Shell animated movies. I've only seen a few of the animated movies. I've seen the original Ghost in the Shell animated movie, which I highly recommend. And then there's a second and third animated movie. Those are all very good. The first movie, though, is particularly good. And, whatchamacall? There was a new Ghost in the Shell anime series that came out. I've seen that as well, and that was pretty good, too. I think it was Ghost in the Shell Arise. That's worth watching. I wouldn't be able to tell you if the original anime series is worth watching, but the movies are good. And I don't know what you mean by studying philosophy in depth. Like, I'm not... I learn what I need to learn for the usefulness of, like, debate. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
We're going to go over this slowly because you have a comprehension issue.
No, because you can't actually tell me. And won't be able to understand what that says either.
So let's go over it very slowly.
Are we going to slides on open discussion? I thought this was just a back and forth here.
Because I need to educate you, so we'll need to go to the slides.
Yeah, I'm sure you can educate me about science.
If you want to show us a board, I think that's all right, but yeah, it's not a presentation mode.
No, sorry, it's not presentation mode. Let me just go back to some basic things here. So genetic assimilation, are you familiar with Conrad Waddington's work?
Go ahead and enlighten me, buddy.
Aha, so, okay, so let me do this first, right? And James, you can stop me if you think I'm going the wrong way. I'm happy to explain genetic assimilation and Conrad Waddington's work, but I don't want to give Farina free education, and I'm going to make a claim. He has no idea what Conrad Waddington was up to and why Dennis Noble uses his work. Why don't you explain to me first what this is, and if you fail to do so, then I'll do it.
Okay, so epigenetics, we're talking about modifications to the genome that alter the when genes can be expressed, so DNA methylation and stuff like that. There is some pretty decent evidence for a little bit of inheritance of this over a generation or two. So mainly histone modification, right? If a histone is coordinated to a gene, then it can't be expressed, and if it's not, then it can be expressed. So there are environmental influences that can determine whether the gene can be transcribed at any given time. And it's actually pretty cool. Over the past couple decades, we figured out that there is some element of inheritance here, maybe a generation or two, but that's it. You have no evidence that this is the same as like random mutations being inherited. So have fun trying to talk about this.
Okay, you didn't mention genetic assimilation.
Okay, tell me what specific phrase you're trying to talk about. I told you what transgenerational... You have a slide up that says transgenerational epigenetic inheritance, and you said, tell me about this, and I fucking told you what transgenerational epigenetic inheritance is.
I asked you
so
about...
what are you looking for?
I asked you about genetic assimilation.
Okay, so tell me assimilation. Tell me a thing that you are dying to tell me.
I'm not going to educate you till I prove to the...
Well, I just educated you on what epigenetics is, because you don't know that.
No, you answered a question I didn't ask. I asked you about genetic assimilation. Genetic assimilation is linked to epigenetics. It's not the same thing.
So say a thing that you're trying to say, and then
I caught you now.
No,
and
okay.
I'm going to take you to the clean...
I can guarantee you this guy did not sleep well after he had this debate, and he's never going to debate an atheist ever again.
So why don't you tell me?
You said the gene expression is epigenetics. You said something so unbelievably stupid, and now you're trying to do a gotcha on me. It's pathetic. Explain science, and we'll talk about science.
Slow down.
You calm down, buddy. I see you're getting worked up. Let's just talk about some science.
Please explain genetic assimilation.
What are you doing? If you want to talk about something, talk about.
Or if you have a point, do you want to make?
Make the fucking point, dude.
Otherwise, we'll move on.
Okay, so the point I'm going to make, and I'm going to give Farina one more chance. Conrad Waddington's work on genetic assimilation is absolutely pivotal to Noble's argument. Noble is an Oxford professor, which is something prestigious, something that Farina can never be. Maybe that's why he's
not an evolutionary biologist, though.
He is an evolutionary biologist.
No, he isn't. You can Google it. It's kind of shocking that you didn't know that, actually.
And let me explain something. You said the modern synthesis came together in the 1970 years after 1920, so that's 1990. Conrad Waddington, his book Strategy of the Genes was published in 1957, and he worked on fruit flies, okay? And what he basically did is he applied different things to them: heat, shock, electric things, whatever. And the idea was to get an epigenetic response and to see if that epigenetic response could be transferred to the germline. And what he found in his studies was after 14 generations, you get genetic assimilation. Since then, a lot more work has been done in this field. And what it basically goes to show is you're attacking Dennis Noble, although you have no idea why he does what he does and who he's referring to.
No, I know, because the Templeton Foundation pays him to do it. That's why he does it.
Okay, so
also you didn't explain anything. What epigenetic response? What genetic assimilation? What are all these things? Actually say something. You can't do it. You just said this book is published this
one at a time.
Okay. So genetic assimilation means when epigenetic marking is transferred to the germline after 14 generations, in the case of the fruit flies with Conrad Waddington's book.
So how is that a challenge to Darwinian evolution?
There we go. So you have no idea what genetic assimilation is, yet you're so happy to call Dennis Noble a clown.
Yeah, because he is. What's the problem? You're naming some other study. What does it have to do with anything?
So give us some evidence why he's a clown.
How does I just told you all of the misquotes, and he's like, how is epigenetics in any way a challenge to Darwinian evolution? It's not. It's part of the modern synthesis. We know about it. You're talking about this like it's some revolution that negates the Darwinian paradigm. It's not.
Okay, so again, you've completely.
By the way, he already conceded. And now he's trying to argue backwards again.
Strawmanned my argument. Let me just go back.
You don't have an argument. You just say Daddy Dennis said something, and I don't know what it is. But
let me show you exactly.
No, we're not doing slides, Sabor. Just
I'm just showing you one slide because you misrepresented my position.
No.
It's only one slide.
Oh, okay. Only one slide because I don't have anything to say.
No, it's not that. Can you see the slides now? Can you guys see the slides? Can you share it, James?
Yep.
Okay, so this just goes to show you that you didn't actually understand my point. Let me go back and show you the exact slide, what it says. This is the slide I had in my opening. Epigenetics leading to genetic assimilation, and one of the causes of that is extracellular vesicles. Now, genetic assimilation is the final point which Dennis Noble uses to show that physiology guides evolution. That is the argument that he actually makes. And in fact, he's published a paper on physiology guiding evolution and also the physiology of evolution. So I'm not sure why you keep saying he's not an evolutionary biologist.
Which one's not? Dennis Noble? Because he's not. I don't what are you not understanding about that?
I think the basic issue here is you have confused an assertion for an argument. You just keep stating it, but you don't give a shred of evidence why he's not a biologist.
You're not even shred because he's not, right? If someone's not an astronaut.
What does this have to do with the debate topic, whether or not a particular guy is a biologist or not?
Do I have to provide evidence that they're not what are you talking about?
Can we try this from a different angle, a totally different angle? Okay, totally different angle.
Okay.
Are you aware of the distinction between reductive biology and integrative biology or holistic biology? Are you aware of the distinction between the two?
I am not aware of these terms that you're using now. Go ahead.
Okay, so reductive biology is this idea that you break everything down to the genetic level and you go up. Okay, that's the standard gene-centric perspective. Dennis Noble, Ray Noble, James Shapiro, Scott Turner, all of these people from the third way, they believe in the holistic perspective. They believe that you simply don't break everything down to the genetic level. You can actually have a holistic understanding in which there is no privileged level of causality. Okay, so you cannot say genes are working at privileged level. Now, Sidney Brenner, and
what is a privileged level? What does that mean? Don't lecture me. We're talking here.
No, I'm educating you. So
no, you're not educating me.
No. Let me explain, because you don't understand. You don't have anything to say. So I'll explain.
I have plenty to say, right? You're pretending that genetic assimilation is not Darwinian. It is Darwinian, right? The environment exposes existing genetic variation. Natural selection acts on the variation.
I'm going to keep teaching you and domesticate you. Just don't worry about it.
Okay, don't respond to what I said. Genetic assimilation is Darwinian. I'm sorry.
Levels of abstraction. Okay, according to Sidney Brenner, the level of abstraction should be the cell, not the genome. According to Richard Dawkins and the selfish gene idea, you break everything down to the idea of replicators, self-replicators, genes. The idea of Dennis Noble and others is that is not the correct way of looking at biology. So there's an ontological shift from reductive biology to ontology, which involves holism or integrative biology. So that's what these guys are doing.
Yeah, and in the modern synthesis, we include epigenetics and niche construction and all of these other mechanisms. So I don't see why you're pretending that any of this contradicts modern evolutionary biology. You're also not understanding the genetic assimilation.
I never said that. When did I say anything is contradicting?
So what the hell is this debate even about? All you're doing is saying here are some neat things in biology, or are you pretending that you're contradicting some kind of fundamental paradigm?
Let me explain again. Maybe James can help us out here. We're speaking about neo-Darwinism, genes creating us mind and body. That idea, I'm challenging. Do you understand that?
This guy is just like an actual retard. He's not even like just an ideologue who's deliberately lying to, you know, promote Islam. Like, he's actually just a retard.
No, because it does, right? For physiology to guide evolution, it would have to change the DNA.
What? Say that again?
For physiology to guide evolution, it would have to change the DNA. In embryonic development, it's the genes that are determining the form. You're talking about mind and body, right? It's forming the organism, right?
Okay, have you heard of somatic hypermutation?
What about it?
No, firstly, have you heard of it?
Yes, I've heard of it. I don't recall the exact definition.
Can you explain it to me before I explain it to you and educate you for free again?
Buddy, you said that gene expression is epigenetics, all right? Do you want me to quiz you? I'll quiz you too, right? Tell me about gene expression. Explain to me mechanistically how gene expression works. You take a quiz.
Hypermutation. Shall I explain it to you?
If you'd like, if you have a point.
I do have a point. The point is this. In B cells in the immune system, when there is an antigen, the genome is actually mutated, hypermutated in certain parts, and those are the parts that actually code for antibodies. And those DNA sequences are then selected by the organism to fight off antigens. So according to Dennis Noble, somatic hypermutation changes the genome.
Okay, so we're talking about mutation and selection.
No, we're not. You've totally not understood anything.
You just said the words mutation selection. You're not talking about mutation selection.
Okay, we are talking about somatic hypermutation, which is not the same as your version of Darwinism, which is trivial, random mutations plus selection. We're
speaking
we can
talk about DNA. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's know what DNA is.
Do you deny physiology can guide evolution?
No, I suppose not.
Okay, that's good, because that means you're going against neo-Darwinism, because neo-Darwinism says you cannot have physiology guiding evolution.
Well, neo-Darwinism is not the current paradigm of evolution.
So, and that's going to be a very nice short, by the way.
A very nice short where it's saying absolutely nothing. You're pretending that I'm defending a paradigm from 100 years ago.
You're trying to defend neo-Darwinism, but then you admit physiology.
I'm not. The whole debate, again, Sabor, is Darwinian evolution a fact? That's the title that you chose. Okay, so I don't know what you keep whining about.
What's the definition I use?
You said random mutation and natural selection, which is not what it is. So you don't even know what it is. What's the problem?
I never defined Darwinian. I defined Darwinian evolution in the context of this debate as genes created as mind and body.
Okay, well, Darwin didn't know what genes are. So I don't know what to tell you about that.
Fallacy of equivocation.
What are you, a flat earther? You're just listing random fallacies? I'm sorry.
Actually, there's actually 4 fallacies you've committed. 3 formal, 1 informal. Fallacy of equivocation, non sequitur fallacy.
What did I equivocate? What did I equivocate?
Fallacy and
Gentlemen, I don't know that this is particularly helpful. I might bring up
you can help
bring back a point.
Maybe I need to come back to Australia and debate you instead of this guy.
Sure. Previously, Dave asked you if you think that epigenetics is inconsistent with the theory of a Darwinian evolution or Darwinian evolution. So I don't know. So you don't think that?
No, I don't think that. That's a straw man again.
Then why did he bring it up? So he's just admitting he likes to talk about random, interesting facts?
Didn't say that.
So how is it this incredible challenge to Darwinism?
So let me explain. Let me explain again. Let me educate you again. Neo-Darwinism is the claim that genes created us mind and body. Physiology can't guide evolution. Epigenetics followed by genetic assimilation. Now, I'm just going to give you an example that anybody can check between Richard Dawkins and Dennis Noble. They're having this argument about the Baldwin effect, or what's known as the genetic assimilation, right? What they basically are speaking about is fruit flies.
This guy is just like a fucking retard. He doesn't know where he's going with any of these, like, he's just saying things. Like, he doesn't know, he's not building up, like, any of this information to lead to anything.
Why are theists the most deliberately annoying assholes when it comes to any style of debate?
Well, they have to be, right? They don't have any real means in which they can possibly argue, so they have to try to win rhetorically. And the way they try to win rhetorically is by some sort of strategy of trying to make their debate opponent look ignorant or something. So, yeah, he's just trying to win the debate rhetorically, but again, the guy has, like, he hasn't, like, actually stated an explicit proposition that he's trying to support or defend. There's no basic thesis to anything that he's trying to argue right now. He's just saying things, and it's leading nowhere. And, like, these two are just confused, like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
This is a study that was done in the 1950s, but then afterwards there were more studies that were actually done. After 14 generations, that was actually assimilated into the genome. Now, Skinner's actually done some experiments, and he's actually shown you cannot show what is genetic and what is epigenetic, and what is assimilated. That's how mixed up it is. So all of this challenges neo-Darwinism. I never said epigenetics challenges neo-Darwinism. It's genetic assimilation that can challenge neo-Darwinism.
No, what you said was that gene expression is epigenetics. All right,
No,
I want you to explain to me how...
Wait a second. If I said that, then I was wrong. What I actually meant was it's linked. What I actually meant was it's linked. I'm ready to accept if I misspoke. You're not ready to accept. You're saying modern Darwinism, modern synthesis came together in 1990, 1920s neo-Darwinism. You cannot use the terms interchangeably. You keep making all of these straw man arguments against the third.
There's no straw man. What I would like you to explain is how genetic assimilation challenges Darwinism. How does genetic assimilation challenge Darwinism?
Okay, let me be clear again. Genetic assimilation is challenging neo-Darwinism, and the reason why it's challenging neo-Darwinism is because of the one.
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
Und will sich den frommen Schein darum auch gar nicht geben. Oberflächlich schaut so mancher nur von oben runter. Dabei sind hier in der Kirche alle doch recht munter. Viele sind voll engagiert, nicht bloß hier zum Chillen. Statt Bling Bling lebt mancher seinen Glauben mehr im Stillen. Doch heute wird es laut und dieser Beat verkündet allen, Gott verändert Leben und das soll ganz laut erschallen. Alle, die wir heute hier versammelt sind, dürfen uns verstehen als von Gott geliebtes Kind, übersetzt auf Rappersprache.
Dude, if church was this, like, stupid and cringy and meme-worthy, I think I'd actually go just to laugh. What the fuck is going on here? By the way, Sadie, how are you aligning the links up and down? Because Dodo seems to have a problem with that. National Socialism, International Socialism. Yeah. The Irish question. Wall Street CEOs. Yeah, weird. They're all Irish. Strange. Are the Irish trying to take over? So then that Jewish woman must not care about group purity if she married a Gentile, right? Yeah. These people are just deranged.
Yesterday, April 2nd, the UK government just announced new funding to combat Muslim hatred. Because sending UK tax money will definitely put an end to the shocking rise of targeted attacks against Muslims. Because they think that that requires a thorough understanding of the nature and scale of hatred our Muslim communities face. That's why we're taking a crucial step.
Keir Starmer is a fucking beta male cuck bitch. I don't know, like, how the fuck... Please tell me, like, you people who live in the UK, if there's anybody watching right now, what the fuck are you doing? Like, explain to me, why is every single politician in your country, like, the most beta male, fucking feminist, you know... Marxist bitch. Like, why do they all love Muslims so much? Every politician in every political party. Please explain to me why you guys just love Islam and want to suck their fucking dicks.
Toward this week to open this fund, seek new ideas and solutions and tackle this hatred head on. How about cut benefit programs, cut welfare, pay them to leave your country. Combating this unacceptable rise of religiously motivated hatred will create a more tolerant and understanding society for everyone, making our streets safer. Because it's the UK taxpayers making the streets statistically more unsafe, right? Wrong, it's migrants. And this comes on top of the £117 million promised by the UK government to protect mosques across the country. Wake up, England, get Starmer out, get some right person in, and start mass deportations, cut benefits. This is so sad.
That is just... The UK isn't a country. Like, it literally isn't. The UK is nothing more than a sort of like weird tax haven for terrorists and criminal oligarchs. That's really all it is now. All of these like mega billionaires who got their money through basically ill-gotten means, they hide their money in UK real estate. So they just find like some of the most ridiculously, absurdly expensive real estate in the UK. They buy it, and they don't buy it with any kind of personal account they have. They buy it with some sort of like corporation that they make, or some shell company. And they use it to basically hide or launder fucking money. And that's all the UK is. It's just for criminals and terrorists.
Causation. Now, Darwinism itself, the way that you've defined it, is a truism. It's like saying roses are roses. It's trivial. That's the way you've defined Darwinism.
No, I didn't define anything. I just know what it is.
What's your definition of Darwinism for the context of this debate?
Descent with modification and natural selection. I said it in my opening statement. That's what it is. That's what everybody acknowledges that it is.
You know what? That's trivial. Erasmus Darwin believed in that. Lamarck believed in that. You had people going back.
No, Lamarck had it completely. No, okay. But anyway, you're still not admitting that.
Lamarck believed in common ancestry.
Imagine thinking the US is better. Well, the United States actually has a constitution that gives you basic protections under the law, like free speech, right to bear arms, Fourth Amendment, super important, like unreasonable searches and seizures. You don't have any of that in the UK. The police can stop you for any fucking reason. They can arrest you for anything you say that they deem offensive. There was actually a guy in the UK who was arrested for praying in front of an abortion clinic. I'm not even making that up. They arrest people for prayer in the UK. And again, the UK has a lower standard of living. This is just objectively true. The UK has lower GDP per capita compared to the United States. Your average American is wealthier than your average citizen living in the UK. Even though Americans spend ridiculous amounts of money on healthcare, you're more likely to live. So the conservative parties have absolutely destroyed the NHS. The NHS is just completely outright ineffective, and you have a better chance of surviving anything, any disease, any injury if you live in the United States versus living in the UK. Cancer survival rates are better. Heart disease survival rates are better. It is faster in the United States to get healthcare compared to the UK. So I don't know how you can claim the UK is better than the United States when in literally every conceivable metric, the United States outdoes you.
And you again misrepresented him. He believed
he believed in new lineages.
No, he believed.
Recently, a couple was arrested for saying their daughter's teacher was incompetent. Yep, that's the UK. You have no free speech. So anytime anybody gets offended by anything, they can arrest you. It's literally Orwellian. Like, that's the type of shit that happened in the Soviet Union and communist China. You could get arrested for just saying something offensive or somebody didn't like. And they're instituting those same policies in the UK, and there's no political motive to actually add free speech to their constitution.
He believed in multiple origins, but he did believe in common ancestry. Yeah,
okay, limited common ancestry, not universal then.
Yeah, I know. Did I say he believed in universal common ancestry? I said common.
Oh yeah, and those freaks drive on the wrong side of the road. Like, I don't know why it's so retarded. It's so much worse driving on the left as opposed to the right. Like, you're actually dumb.
There's so many tangents. I want you to explain how.
Yes, it is free speech. Defamation is when you make up lies about somebody that isn't true to harm their reputation. Criticizing somebody is not defamation. That is just sharing an opinion. If you think opinions should be illegal and banned, then I guess you should be arrested because you just shared an opinion that I'm wrong. So if you shared an opinion that I'm wrong, that's defamation and you need to be locked up.
Genetic assimilation contradicts Darwinian, neo-Darwinian, any paradigm.
Okay, let me say something about Michael Behe, for example, right? Michael Behe is somebody that accepts universal common ancestry. He doesn't really have a problem with it, but he doesn't accept neo-Darwinism, which goes to show neo-Darwinism, to believe in neo-Darwinism, common ancestry is not a necessary or sufficient condition. And you didn't answer that point.
Behe is
Yes, they said the teacher is incompetent. That is a personal opinion. Do you understand what a personal opinion is, stupid?
Paid propagandist.
Like, if I were to drive a car, it could be a very nice, expensive car. I could say, this car sucks. That is a personal opinion. That is not defamatory against the company that made the car, regardless of how expensive something is, or where you bought it, or any quality it has. You can still have a personal opinion of something that is unflattering, you idiot. So even if this teacher was from a really expensive, fancy private school, they can still have the opinion that that teacher is incompetent, and they should have a right to share that opinion. That is not defamation. That is just an opinion, you fucking moron.
https://www.youtube.com/shorts/mulkskayadfw feature equals share, and yet people like Dark Sovereigner have the goal to say that America is the most unfree country on earth.
Americans have no self-respect. That's why I hold my fellow Americans with such contempt.
This is somebody who's overweight, single, and has crooked ass teeth.
Americans want to talk about we're the most free country on earth, which is such a joke. I mean, what kind of reality do you have to live in to actually believe that nonsense? Like, are you a fucking 4-year-old? America is the freest country on earth. Free, yeah. Nothing says freedom than having the biggest prison population on the planet. Nothing says freedom having...
I wouldn't consider the United States to be the most free country, but it is one of the most free countries.
More laws in our own country than even the most dictatorial countries we'd like to call dictatorship to freaking what other parts.
Okay, well, that guy is just a fat retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, so, Mark Ross is clearly a fucking retard. Are you from the UK, Mark? Because that would explain why you're stupid. People from the UK are really fucking dumb. And they don't seem to understand why it's important to have basic human rights. So that might explain if their society is made up of people like you, why they're living in a fucking shithole and they enjoy being arrested for just offending somebody's feelings.
But with Discovery Institute, why do we care what he says?
Genetic fallacy. Why don't you address the point?
Fallacy.
I could learn about Spider-Man by reading I could learn about the Big Bang by reading a Spider-Man comic. It doesn't mean that the Big Bang didn't happen. That's a genetic fallacy. So Michael Behe is...
I have hours of content debunking Michael Behe. Do we want to turn this debate into debunking Michael Behe?
You got caught out misrepresenting him.
I didn't get caught misrepresenting.
Retard donated $2. What's the most free country? I'm not exactly sure. So if I had to rank them, Or like make a top 3 or 5 or something. Not in any particular order. US, Canada,
Does Dark Sovina honestly believe that the countries that are dictatorships like Russia are more free than America? What a moron.
He probably thinks that because he's a retard and he can't use any kind of critical thinking skills. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. So yeah, United States, Canada, Switzerland, probably Norway, Finland, probably those top 5-ish. I can't really think of any others. If we're talking about like the most amount of freedoms and least kind of stuffy political environment. Like, yeah, recently the liberal government has been absolutely fucking cucked and they're trying to ban guns. Hopefully that gets overturned, but if you've ever lived in Canada versus like the UK or Europe, you can basically do whatever the fuck you want and nobody really cares. Like, no one really bothers you as long as you're not creating a problem. So Canada's pretty good like that. The UK and Europe, just everyone's an absolute fucking Karen and they're trying to they just try to police everything. You cannot ride like even a little e-bike down the street without the cops stopping you and then testing to see if the motor produces like too much power. So it's a much more Karen, big government, daddy looking over you sort of society, whereas Canada is more do whatever the fuck you want as long as you're not causing trouble type things. And like, again, as far as I understand, like Switzerland, Finland, Norway, those countries are kind of more like that.
Presenting the DI agents did their damage control.
Let's move on from my crazy point.
And then what did you do? You acted like a Bajit and you threatened to shit on the guy's face.
I don't know what Bajit is. I don't know what that means.
Let's not use that term.
Yeah, McClatchy's a clown. What do you want? These are all paid propaganda agents. What am I supposed to do?
I wanted you, hang on, gentlemen, please. Dave, I wanted you to address something that Sabor's been talking about, this idea that Sabor accepts the idea that there is is accepted common ancestry and descent with modification and natural selection.
In a limited way. He doesn't accept common history of...
Oh yeah, let me finish and you can address the point. But what he says is that these mechanisms aren't sufficient for producing mind and body, and he points to some other mechanisms that he's talked about, which he thinks are also important, like linking to physiology. So I wanted you, Dave, to comment on what you think is inaccurate about what Sabor's been saying.
No, I think that they're obvious. Like I said, first with Darwin, we identified descent with modification and natural selection. Then we started learning about genetics, and now with the modern synthesis, we have all kinds of other mechanisms. It's a rich tapestry, right? The title of the debate was, is Darwinian evolution a fact? We can all agree that it is, except he won't concede that. But that there are plenty of other mechanisms going on. Right? It doesn't change how how an organism comes about, right? From a zygote and gene expression to yield. Okay, body, obviously, mind. I guess we're talking about a brain as well. There's no contradiction there. He's the one that's pretending that these alternate mechanisms somehow completely overturn and have this incredible paradigm shift going away from traditional evolutionary biology as a means to try to support a theological conclusion. Same with Dennis Noble. That's what he's paid to do.
Can I just add a little point about the history here? Common ancestry was an idea that was known. In fact, universal common ancestry was an idea that goes back hundreds of years, well over 1,000 years. So Darwinian evolution, to believe in the mechanism of natural selection and random mutations, creating mind and body, has nothing to do with the history of life. You could believe in the bush of life, you could believe in the net of life, you could believe in the tree of life. It doesn't actually matter. It is
That's
not
why we get other evidence.
It is not a necessary and sufficient condition to believe in common ancestry, therefore Darwinian evolution is true. This is a non sequitur fallacy.
That's why we get other evidence.
You're not understanding my point. Maybe I'm going to ask James here. Maybe he's going to understand this better because we debated this, right? You can believe in common ancestry and reject Darwinism. Do you agree with that point, James?
Well, Dave can respond to that.
I mean, yeah, you can.
You know the answer, that's why.
Huh? You can, you can reject certain mechanisms and favor other ones that would result in common ancestry. Fine, if you want to. That's ridiculous, but
okay. Let me repeat the question.
2 minutes left.
I answered your question. Stop pretending I didn't answer your question.
I'm gonna ask once more. The history of evolution is distinct from the mechanism. The tree of life is the history of evolution. The mechanism is natural selection plus random mutations creating mind and body. Do you agree these are two different ideas?
Yeah, in the sense of an individual organism, the development of an individual organism versus the history of life on Earth. Sure.
Is this a necessary and sufficient condition to believe in this one?
No, I don't know.
Thank you. Debate
Thank
done.
you. What?
Done. That's
What do
the
you mean
point
we're
I was
done?
making, and you were not understanding.
You're not.
Why are you giving evidence for Darwinian evolution by citing common ancestry?
I didn't do that.
I invited you to a
I
separate
didn't
debate.
do that. Where did I do that?
Look, go back to Muhammad
You're-
Ali's channel. Go back to Muslim Ali's channel.
When I said that Darwinian evolution factually occurs, I cited mutations in bacteria. I cited Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. I'm responding to the dumb thing you said. You're trying to prevent me. Thanks for muting him. I said, as evidence for evolution by natural selection, I was citing mutations in bacteria producing antibiotic resistance. That's something we observe, right? That's Darwinian evolution by natural selection. I didn't bring up common ancestry as evidence for Darwinian evolution. I'm talking about mechanisms that we can observe today, and then we can extrapolate that into the past, and then we find other evidence from the fossil record, paleontology, biological anthropology, all these other things. You're correct. It's not just, oh, evolution happens now, so it happened in the past. We have other sciences for that. We have other fields of science to build up all this evidence for a case for common ancestry. That's why it's a completely different topic, but we were talking about Darwinian evolution. So what's the problem?
A quick response from Sabor, and then we'll move to closing remarks.
So, James, I invited him.
How long have you been vegan? How did you get started? I've been vegan for 15 years. And I got started by eating plants and not eating animals. It's pretty simple.
I invited him to have a separate debate on universal common ancestry because I knew he was going to gish gallop and Darwinian evolution, and I defined these terms separately.
What the
but in
fuck?
the environmental selection of the debate, where he's been neutered, where he's been domesticated and deselected, he can't.
Everyone watching is laughing at you right now, Sabor.
Tell the difference between the two of them. He simply cannot. And he's
You titled the debate, "Is Darwinian evolution a fact?" And then your entire opening statement had nothing to do with the title of the debate. And then you got mad at me for having an opening statement about the title of the debate. How insane is that? It's ridiculous. Everyone is laughing at you right
That
now.
doesn't make any sense because I was using Dennis
does.
Noble's definition of neo-Darwinism.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to bring it to an end.
Neo-Darwinism. Is neo-Darwinism the same as Darwinism? Sabor, answer the question. No.
Sorry, gentlemen. So that concludes our 30 minutes of moderated discussion. So each of the speakers will have 2 minutes closing remarks. So first will be Sabor with his 2 minutes.
Causality, the four distinctions of Aristotle.
Which certainly I could do at another date, and all of this blustery in evolution factually.
Well, that was just an embarrassing waste of time. You've got to be a special kind of stupid retard. Well, that's Muslims for you. They just can't do anything, and they don't know science, so they just go hudda-lucka-ducka and blow shit up. Rand Config, thanks for the $10, dude. I really appreciate that. And there we go. Yeah, I might try to... I might try to, see if I can do something to fix the way links are generally written out in Stream Elements, but yeah, it looks like Streamlabs just doesn't fucking work anymore. So every time. And again, they still haven't gotten back to me with what the fuck could possibly be happening. How do you get more protein when bodybuilding while vegan? You eat more foods that contain protein, like tofu. Or you can have protein powder, and rather than it being whey protein, you just eat soy or pea protein.
I myself wouldn't say America is the most free country on earth, but I would say we are certainly a lot more free than Australia, Africa, or New Zealand.
Yeah, I would agree. I think what prevents America from being the most free country is just the prison system. So the war on drugs and the prison system certainly has, prevented America from taking the top spot. But it is one of the freest countries, and compared to most countries on the planet, America wins out. I think in general, though, it loses out to some really good European countries and Canada. But thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Left a lot of stuff behind. Come on. There's gotta be something. Why'd you all leave? What is this?
Growth is clearly mutated. Let's see if the test results corroborate our theory. This is big. So apparently she does have a big mold growth on her head, or in her brain.
Ooh, a rat. Oh my god, look at him. I love rats. Rats are good.
Most people have left already. I don't know which group I'm gonna join. I was one of the ones that wanted to go after the smuggler and the girl. They said, even if we found her or by some miracle found someone else that's immune, it'd make no difference. Because the only person who could develop a vaccine is dead. Or by some miracle found someone else that's immune, it'd make no difference. Found someone else that's immune, it'd make no difference. Because the only person...
Ellie! Come here. What the hell are you thinking? Running off in the middle of the night like that. You talk to me. You don't just leave me a goddamn note.
Tell me what happened here. If you lie to me one more time, I'm gone. You will never see me again. But if you tell me the truth, I'll go back to Jackson. No matter what it is.
Why is this game making my penis erect suddenly? Why is this?
I don't know. Guess you have odd tastes. Maybe you like lesbians or something. Thanks for the donation, Mark.
Joel.
Making a vaccine. Would have killed you. So I stopped them.
Oh my God. Don't you fucking touch me! I'll go back. But we're done.
Boobs. When the fuck are they gonna make a nude mod? It's taken, like, too long. Game's been out for, like, 2 days. Need to see some Ellie nips. Dude, there were nude mods for Resident Evil 4 out, like...
Dina?
It's gotta be the first week the game was out. They had
Speaking of which,
Ashley
why the
mods.
hell do these SJWs hate the country so much, VG?
Well, it's just because they're whiny losers and they just complain about everything. They'd be saying the same shit if they moved to any other country. Thanks for the donation,
More the
Anonymous.
Hey, look, Joel. What's your favorite?
Yeah, but RE4 had nude mods for Ashley out. Like, it had to have been the first week.
Dina? Jesse? Where are those two?
Oh, are we switching to Abby already? Oh, not yet. No, we got a bit more to go. I'm at the same part as you playing right now. That's funny. Are you playing on PC or console?
She had a rough night. Barely could get her to keep water down.
You should have woken me up.
The nude Abby mod would probably be easier because I know for a fact there is a nude model of Abby in the game where you see her nips. And her butt. PC all the way based.
I get why you came out here. But we gotta take her back. She needs real care and she's not gonna get that.
Yeah, I know. But I can't just leave Tommy. He's out here because of me. Maybe you could take her back.
She's not gonna leave without you. Screw it. Let's get Tommy. This aquarium that girl told you about. Tommy hasn't found Abby yet. We'll post up there until he does.
And you're good with leaving Dina by herself?
Her orders.
Okay. Let's go tell her we're leaving then.
I'll just meet you up front.
Yeah.
I've never played the original Jak and Daxter, but I played Jak 2 and 3, and I liked those. Jak 2 had some ridiculously difficult missions, and Jak 3... There was one mission early on in the game that was so outrageously fucking stupid. It was that, like, ostrich race. That was so fucking bad. A lot of people just quit playing the game because they couldn't win that one race at the very beginning of the fucking game. That was so bad.
Along the shore. Should be down this way.
Yeah. How does anyone stay dry in this city?
Come on, help me up.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be nice if Infamous could get a PC port. I'm pretty sure you can emulate it on PC, though.
What did you tell Dina?
That we're hoping to find Tommy at the aquarium. I didn't tell her you knew. That's what you're...
I wasn't.
At least the new games coming out, they're all getting
I don't
PC
think so.
ports.
Nora said Abby's hiding out there.
You get her to tell you why they did it?
Yeah. Joel had falling out with some fireflies. No, former fireflies.
What kind of falling out?
He was a smuggler, and they disagreed about some goods. Fight broke out, some of them died. Guess they wanted payback.
Damn. That change anything for you?
Nope.
I need to get clear on something. When we find Tommy, you're good with going home.
Yeah.
You'll be leaving some of those assholes alive.
Ina should be back in Jackson.
Okay. Good.
I remember enjoying Infamous Second Son. I liked the first Infamous game for PS3. Wasn't that great, but I enjoyed it. I never ended up getting the second game, but I did play Second Son, and that was pretty good. Graphics, especially for the time, are really nice. Anonymous donated $2. Funny you say that there is SJW who moved to Finland once Trump won the presidential election back in 2016. And now he is making videos on YouTube complaining about the lack of freedom there such as this.
Some leftists in Finland here. So what you are seeing on your screen currently is an article that dropped a couple
Racist doctors don't really have anything to do with freedoms.
of weeks ago here in Finland about racism. And it wasn't solely because I couldn't communicate very well. There were other things involved. I felt like I was being kind of mocked. I tried to make an appointment for a flu shot. They don't have anything open until next year. I know it's the end of the year and everything, but still, there are so many open dates around this time of year regardless. And just for a basic flu shot, because they just don't have the bodies. And it's no secret, you know. Here's an article about Finnish nurses choosing Norway over Finland. And this is something that's been happening for a while, long before this government took over, but it's getting even worse now. This headline here is something that you'll see in the news.
None of that has anything to do with freedoms. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I see a light through here.
Jammed?
Yeah. You ever worried they're gonna come back to Jackson after us?
What do you mean?
I mean, we're going through a lot of their people. In their city.
Because of what they did.
Didn't Abby and her friends come to Jackson because of something Joel did?
This place isn't like Jackson. I mean, Joel and Tommy helped Abby when she got attacked. These people are trying to kill everyone around them. I mean, they shot you on sight, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. How long has Dina been this sick?
Only a couple days.
Love how Abby is lying
When we
about
first got here,
everything.
she fucked up a bunch of wolves.
Or not Abby, Ellie.
I bet. You don't cross that girl.
Yeah. There's a precursor orb from Jack and Dexter series in The Last of Us 2. Where do you find that? Because I've never seen it. Yeah, I don't think I really need any of that. Oh, damage. I should get that upgrade. You know, I actually prefer the revolver over the 9mm automatic. Find the revolver, one, does more damage, and it certainly has better accuracy. The only problem is you can't suppress it. Pretty much stocked up on everything.
Hey, give me a hand.
Through here.
There's a clicker in Uncharted 4 underwater. I haven't seen that one.
I just gotta ask. Why didn't she tell me about it? The pregnancy.
Listen, I'm sure she'll tell you about it when she...
Going down today. All the units are being rounded up.
Who did you hear it from?
Top man himself. Make sure this area is clear, wait for the other units, and then take the fight to the start.
Last time...
It won't be like last time. We're all...
Hey, it's like there's a choice, man. Think of what'll happen if we succeed.
Fuck.
Fuck was that?
I'm on it.
I'll keep an eye out.
Nothing here.
Yeah, we're good.
We got something. You with me? Come on, go. I'll watch your back. I think we're good here. Looks clear to me.
God damn it! Ambush! Ambush! Shit!
Yeah. Oh, they're dead.
These wolves, man. So trigger happy.
They're at war with this fucked up cult.
Heard them talk.
No, the revolver has
Sv3rige
better aim than the
something,
pistol.
Scars is all I've heard them called. You run into any?
No.
You're lucky.
The UK has better food. It really doesn't. UK food is fucking garbage. I don't know what the fuck you're thinking, dude. And something about taking better care of the homeless. That's great, I guess. If you want a fuck ton of your tax dollars and your wealth getting sucked out of your pocket so that dumbasses can just be given a house, okay. You can do that. The wealthy don't even have a proper marginal tax rate, so you can't even say, oh, well, the wealthy are paying for it. No, it's pretty much the middle class that's just paying for that shit. Oh my god, the death rate of the UK compared to the US. You're more likely to die in the UK if you get some sort of disease. And if you're not black, in terms of violent deaths, you don't really have anything to worry about if you live in the US.
What were you saying before about Dean?
Rich US citizens have same death rate as poor Euro citizens. I don't know what you mean by that. And
At some point it'll get pretty hard.
are you talking about all deaths? At what age? Are there specific, like, mortality rates within specific age groups you're talking about? Like, what the fuck do you mean? And also, how are we defining poor and rich?
Look at this mess.
The aquarium. It's right next to that Ferris wheel.
He's hoping Tommy has the same info. Damn it. Looks like we're swimming.
Pond scum. Sweet, sweet pond scum.
Okay. Where now?
Working on it. Psst. Detected.
I missed. It's like too dark. Yeah, there's a bunch of stalkers here.
I don't hear anything.
Did Streamlabs act up again? I wonder with Stream Elements if you can set it so that the donation appears on the screen a bit longer like you did with Streamlabs. 7,777,777,777,777.
Yep, Streamlabs is still broken. We're on like day 5 or 6 of it not fucking working. It's pretty amazing. I think I can probably change it so the donation stays on screen longer. I only just started using it, so I don't know, you know, how it works exactly. But yeah, I'll spend some time to figure it out. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Yeah, I guess for the foreseeable future, I'm just gonna stick with Stream Elements, because I'm gonna have to use it anyway. The Streamlabs isn't working. It's really fucking stupid.
Okay, now that's it.
This place looks like a dead end.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Go Team Jackson.
Fuck these motherfuckers.
Couldn't have said it better.
This way.
Okay. After you.
What the hell is this? Huh. Weird.
Hey, fish. My goodness.
Today I stuffed myself with a bunch of good delicious vegan food lol, which consisted of Thai food called Gang Vegan, 3 boxes of Kraft Vegan Mac.
That sounds nice. I got some French fries. Just because it's like basically a break from the not eating. So I just got some French fries today. I gotta get some groceries tomorrow. I'll probably just treat myself and get some fruit. Hopefully they have cotton candy grapes. Really like cotton candy grapes. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Ovovich. Is there anything here? Let's see anything there.
Dead end.
Think you can get through there?
Let's see.
What are the average wait times for a hospital appointment in Canada? Depends on what you're talking about. You can always go into the emergency room, and wait times maybe like 5 minutes if it's not busy.
Sup bro. Jurian Rider.
I don't know how the hell. That's great. I don't know why Streamlabs works now, but
I didn't think you'd be okay with all this.
I looked up to Joel. What happened to him was messed up. I would have come.
Joel liked you a lot too, you know. He used to think I had a crush on you.
Really?
I mean, you're handsome and whatever, but I'm not into your type.
What, Asians?
Yeah, that's obviously what I meant.
it up, putting fungus in the kids section.
Mushrooms didn't exactly carry the same meaning back then.
Yeah, I guess so. Do you have a favorite book as a kid?
Yeah.
Streamlabs works for me because I am a mastermind troll. Lol. Tasty tropical fruits.
That's very nice. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. It is getting too hot with the heater on.
Alien ghosts.
Sounds like something you'd like.
Okay. What about you, smartass?
Well, my mom only had this one kid's book, The Root Child, about this boy who turns into a forest to save his village.
Okay.
To keep things fresh, though, my mom would improvise different endings. This one time, the boy just let the whole village die. It gave me nightmares.
That's dark. That's really sweet she did that.
Yeah, Mom's a sweetheart. She's gonna go crazy when she hears about this baby.
Sure. I could see that.
Jesus, what happened up here? These guys really have it in for each other.
I think it goes back years.
Wonder how it all started. Wow.
This place is fucked.
Blood's still wet. Let's get back to the street.
Yeah.
Scars are dipshits. They deserved it. Let's see.
I hope that hearing his name warmed your heart inside. When are you gonna stop caring if people donate his name? It's been years plus you're not even with Jasmine anymore. Also, did you know he still uploads YouTube videos like almost daily?
Yes, that's because he's poor and retarded. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. And it has nothing to do with me being with Jasmine, that I don't want people talking about him.
Not this way.
Down this way. We can box around to that Ferris wheel.
Box around? I don't know what that...
Got him! Sweep the area for survivors. Good job, boy.
Bravo needs to get here. I'm ready to do this.
Pretty bad. I'm sure it ain't easy driving a boat back here.
First one.
Go get your chance. We all will.
Fuck.
Go, boy.
How is that? There's no way. It's literally... Okay, bullshit. That proves it. It's literally telling you exactly where to aim now with the upgrade, and it still fucks it up. So there's something weird with the, like, hitbox or something with some of these weapons where it just won't give you a headshot.
If he's a rapist, then why would you try to hide his name? Isn't that just protecting him? I don't get your logic. Anyway.
Stupid.
Can you just answer the question though? Why try to hide him from the public?
Yeah, the more people who know about him, talk about him, watch his channel, the more money he makes. He's never gonna get prosecuted for his crime. Shut the fuck up, stop asking me, you're an idiot.
I think that was the last one.
Yeah,
This place makes me appreciate Jackson, man.
me too.
Okay dude, you calm down, or it's okay. He's not gonna get any more victims, dude. It's fine.
Cool story, thanks for the nation, dipshit.
Is he not gonna get prosecuted because he lives in Thailand? And did you ever go to the Veekfest back in 2015?
He doesn't
Yeah,
live in
good thinking.
Thailand. Shut up. Not interested in talking about it, clearly, so shut up.
I think Abby picked the aquarium on purpose because it's so damn hard to get to.
Maybe.
How come you're so calm now? Where's the angsty vegan gains I'm used to? Anyways, are you into Harley motorcycles? I heard they make good ones in Johnston.
Wait, that's where we came from. Yes, we have to go through here.
That was a clever one, you have to admit it, okay? Love you, Richard. But sometimes you're a dum-dum.
Yeah, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. Where in the fuck do I go? Oh my god. Yeah, where in the hell am I going? Am I going insane? I played this game like fucking 50 times too. Why am I having trouble remembering where to go? Am I just being stupid, or... This can't be it. Jump in the water. Well, no, I already went under the bus. And then there's nowhere to go. Like, there's nowhere to go here. So, I've already been under the bus. I just don't know why I'm having...
Any ideas?
Hey, I think it's this way.
Yeah, the game even knows I'm a retard. Oh my god, dude.
Bangkok,
yeah.
Thailand. Adelaide, Australia.
Yeah, I'm stupid.
Jesus. How the hell are we crossing this?
We could use that road. It's pretty fucking far.
Or we use that.
Yeah. That's better.
Oh, this next section's a bit of a pain in the ass.
Rapist, 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 rapist,
try through here.
rapist, 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 rapist,
Them if they wanna get in
rapist,
our way.
rapist, 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 rapist.
Thanks for that, Anonymous. Demon... Big Gazzleballs? Oh, Demon Big Ass Balls donated $2. I'm not watching that. Is this actually true? I don't care. I know you're just fucking with me, so I'm not watching that stupid fucking video. Thanks for the donation, dude. You know I know it's just stupid nonsense, so I'm not fucking watching that.
Non-consensual penis insertion. 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 Ha ha ha.
That's great. Thanks.
Got it. Come on.
This way, come on.
Demon cunt, please, I'm not messing with you, I'm genuinely curious. Also, what time did you wake up at? Here we go, let's watch the stupidest dumb fuck horse shit.
One spice for people, it'd be black pepper. When one crunches black pepper, there's a chemical that's released. That chemical has potentiating bioavailability. What does that mean? It expands your veins, therefore you absorb the nutrients of the food a lot better. So, spices are fundamental, they contain antioxidants, and they contain a lot of benefits that one can apply on the meat.
No, please stop. Don't do it, please. You're hurting me. Oh, please stop. Ow, help, police, help, rape, rape, rape. No, please stop. Don't do it, please. You're hurting me. Oh, please stop. Ow, help, police, help, rape, rape, rape. No, please stop. Don't do it, please. Help me, a.
So, spices do contain antioxidants, but they generally do not improve absorption of anything. That guy is just stupid. Is that good enough for you? Stupid dumb guy on the internet who just takes his shirt off and says dumb horse shit is stupid, okay? This dog has a better ride than you, nigga. That'd be so sick if dogs could drive the car for you. Dogs are really awesome. I like dogs. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Somebody help. Please. Rape. Getting me in my pussy. Somebody help. Please. Rape. Getting me in my pussy. Somebody help. Please. Rape. Getting me in my pussy. Somebody help. Please. Rape. Getting me in my pussy. Somebody help. Please. One of the previous donos reminded me of this lol https://u2.b/y3s7remy ? C = ac03p.
That feels so good.
Yeah. Like that.
Baby.
I thought about this all day.
Not so fast. You are hurting me.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Ben. Well, I'm hoping there's a nude mod in the game, and I hope they also make some kind of mod so you can use Tommy's M1A to replace Ellie's hunting rifle. Jason, donate $2. You're a pussy, honestly. Let me see this stupid shit.
Butterflies can't see the color of their wings, but us as humans can see how beautiful they are. Likewise, you might not think you're good enough, but...
That is highly, highly cringy, and I don't want to watch that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Demon Cunt donated $2. You should try this. It might help with your low mood and your cringy rages. Go fight Mon Misfits or something. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Thanks for the donation.
Why
Demon
so
Cunt.
sensitive about rape, dude? Who cares? Just let him be. He did a lot.
We can get to the marina through here.
No, we're taking a boat.
You heard them, right? They're talking about Tommy.
We don't know that.
Who else is it gonna be?
If it is him, he'll be gone by the time we get there. Abby is where he'll be headed, so if we just fall...
Real question, if you tried to plow Eugenia Cooney, do you think she would actually fucking die?
Best way to help Tommy is to
Yeah,
go after
probably. I'm surprised she's still not dead yet. Thanks for the donation, Kumi?
I really hope you make it.
Oh, let's fucking go, dude. Oh,
the girl probably wanted it anyway. Who gives a shit? Rape. 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 Ah.
I guess I didn't swim to the right spot. I thought that bright light was like a visual cue of where you should probably be headed, but no, I guess not. What the fuck? Dude, that is insane. What is this fucking horseshit? My nigga, this dog is escaping the Matrix before you. You are stuck sitting on LED screen all day, waking up at 8 p.m. Go make some real content. It's hot outside in Canada now. It's not hot outside.
Semicolon.
That's a nice dog. Thanks for the donation, dude, and thanks for the donation, Anonymous. You're all kind of retarded. Dude, that's so retarded.
Control the perimeter. I don't want any more surprises today.
This is dumb. We should be out there looking for these trespassers.
I'm with you. Something doesn't add up about what they're doing.
You think they're working with the scars?
They're not just trying to...
Someone's out there.
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Islam is gay. Yeah, that looks pretty gay. Dan Bilzerian, Candace Owens, Andrew Tate, Jake Shields, Steve Hook, Nose Peters. These are the island boys of alternative media. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Oh, Jesus. I do not want to see that.
Quart of Agentillion, 919, ein Trevigentillion, 919, ein Duovigentillion, 119, ein Unvigentillion, 119, ein Vigentillion, 999 Novemdecillion, 999 Octodecillion, 999 Septendecillion, 999 Sexdecillion, 999 Quindecillion, 999 Quatuordecillion, 999 Tridecillion, 999 Duodecillion, 999 Undecillion, 999 Decillion, 900.
I'm just gonna skip that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dude, this is so retarded. Why in the fuck are they letting these people into Norway?
888 Quadragentillion 888 Quadragentillion 888 Unquadragentillion 888 Quadragentillion 888 Novemdragentillion 888 Octodragentillion 888 Septendragentillion 888 Sextragentillion 888 Quintragentillion 888 Quatuortragentillion 800 Trigintillion 888 Duo Trigintillion 888 Toon Trigintillion 888 Trigintillion 888 Novum Gintillion 888 Octovigintillion 888 Septvigintillion 888 Sexvigintillion 888 Quintillion 888
What in the fuck?
888
Oh!
Vigintillion 888 Duovigintillion 8.
That's great, thanks. What a load of bullshit.
Google Jurian Rider.
Trespassers here! Cut her down! Think it came from that direction.
Right there! Turn her down! All right! Right here!
Jurian Rider, Jurian Rider, Jurian Rider, Jurian Rider, Jurian Rider, Jurian.
Turned me vegan 10 years ago, rarely come on YouTube now, but hope you know you have a lasting effect. Well, glad to hear it, Nadine. Oh my god.
Right. Boat.
Okay, so we wiped them all out. Oh, that is super strange.
Please. Nice.
Looks like they're all cleaned out of ammo.
Okay. No one's following. Right. Where's the Ferris wheel? Please go through. Now what? There you are.
70-12-64.
Do you ever just jerk off into your sweatpants and then keep wearing them multiple days in a row? I do. Is that something you partake in as well?
No, I don't do that. Sometimes I piss in and shit in my underwear though, and I just keep wearing them. But I don't jerk off into my pants and then keep wearing them for multiple days in a row. That's gross. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Okay. Where's this go?
I forgot the code. God damn it. It's like 70-12 something. Yeah, 70-12-64. Yeah.
Oh, okay, let me explain. Basically, I have a special pair of sweatpants that I like to jerk off into, and then I do that nightly so that it builds up a layer of old cum inside. I love jerking off into smelly cum sweatpants, it turns me on. Once I did 2 weeks.
Alright, well that's nice. Glad you enjoy that. Appreciate the donation, Anonymous.
Here we go. Kidding me? Got it.
And that's on some real shit. I'm not even trolling. Just wanted to share. Sometimes the odor is so strong I can smell it from across the room. I keep them hidden in my bed. And I put them on when I'm ready to jerk off. I love feeling the hard cum rub me.
Well, that's good. Thanks for sharing. Appreciate the donation, Anonymous. Oh, wait. Crash through that, right? I don't think there's anything here. Yeah.
I wish I could sneak into your house and jerk off in your bed. Hopefully one day. Then you can smell my cum too.
Hopefully not. But thanks for the donation, Anonymous. I sure hope not. You're not supposed to throw it there. How are you supposed to do this again? No. Oh wait, are you just supposed to drop it? Maybe you're just supposed to drop it down. Yeah, I think so.
If you ever smell a musty smell in your pillowcase, just know I left you a little something. Don't take it the wrong way, I just really like jerking off in places that are forbidden. It's a fetish of mine. So hot. Well anyways, I hope I get the chance.
Alright, well that's nice. I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. That was a hit. Give me a break. So, it's aiming lower than where the fucking reticle is pointing. Thank you. That makes sense. Oh my god, is he gonna pop his stupid bitch-ass head up? Wow, dude. And there's one left. Get fucked. Oh, is there still more? Wait. Yeah, I'm still pretty fucking sure this is simulated mouse movement.
Thanks for letting me know you're getting groceries tomorrow. Your house should be vacant for a while. I'll sneak in and jerk off in your blankets and leave you hard cum stains in them. And then I'll jerk off again and cum on your toothbrush.
Okay, well, looking forward to that. If I come home and I see you there, I guess I'll just kill you or something. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Right.
Little bitch. Blew your bitch-ass arm off. Look at that. Bitch missing her arm. Yes, I'm playing with HDR on. Okay, we gotta fight the one bloater coming up. I'm looking forward to that.
What? Of course. Would've been too easy.
You know what? I've been looking for motorcycle racing sim setups. All the companies that make them are like all fucking bankrupt and gone. You can't fucking order them. It sucks. Reload speed, don't need that. I think I'll increase the capacity on this thing.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Appreciate it.
Come on.
Anonymous donated $2. Let me see.
Hello and welcome back.
Massive toilet farts. Farting girls. I'm not gonna watch that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Shit. Okay. Back to that damn Ferris wheel.
Oh. That's one of my favorite channels to jerk off to. I love pissing and farting and shitting and puking videos. Sometimes I sneak into public bathrooms to smell people's shit and jerk off in the stalls.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Jason Brown Dick donated $2. Dude, what time did you wake up today? I woke up at like 8 in the morning, and then I ended up doing a stream in, I think I started at like 10 or 11 a.m., something like that, pretty early. I finished at, I think 3:30, then I ended up having a nap, and I just ended up sleeping until, like, 10:30 or something. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Let me see.
Actually see Diddy turning into the diddler the more and more that he drinks.
In his defense, without him needing... Just want to have another shot to that before y'all drink, because I want to just make sure. But I just want to let y'all know y'all on drink champs, where everything goes, you know, when we slur our words and shit. Come on, no, this me and you. Oh, I need a shot, though. Yeah, I got you. Eyes. Let's do it. Yeah, I love this drink champs. I like when you like this, Daddy. Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit. I like that. But did you miss me, though? Man, but I'm talking about for your birthday.
Huh?
Why won't you party with me for your birthday, man?
We partied for my birthday before. You came to my party.
No, but me and you ain't never really party, you know what I'm saying? Eyes, brother. Eyes.
You can actually see Diddy turning it.
That's pretty creepy. Yeah, he definitely has some drug problems related to his weird fucking sex stuff that he does. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Why are you so lethargic? Aren't you supposedly healthy with your vegan diet? You lost your vitality like 5 years ago. You're in your 30s, not your 80s. Do you still hate tater tots?
I don't know how the hell you mean I'm lethargic. How am I lethargic? Thanks for the donation, dude. Do you still hate tater tots? Yeah, they suck. One of the most overrated, bullshit, dumb fucking snacks of all time, dude. Absolutely stupid. They taste nasty. Like, I don't know how to explain the taste, but it's kind of like shit. Like, if you were to make something with potatoes just tastes like shit. It's just not good.
Okay.
You move and talk like a sloth. Sit in your lazy boy chair all day. Sleep multiple times a day. Dude, everyone knows you're lethargic. Like you get donos about it multiple times a week. Just ask anyone in chat, lol. Stop playing dumb. Fucking idiot. Retard.
Okay. I'll, take your word for it. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
I will find you one day.
Well, I'm sure you could run into me at a veg fest. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. You know, it's weird. I've had a lot of dreams where I've gotten lockjaw from tetanus. Are you autistic? Genuinely asking. Also, when are you gonna link to you, Big John Steele? And do you have any friends in real life? You should leave the house, my nigga. This guy is a fucking retard. Sunlight doesn't change frequency of anything. I'm not watching that. I don't know if I'm autistic.
No, I meant I will find your home residence.
Okay, that's great. I'll be sure to get my firearms license before then. Thanks for the donation, dude. I don't know if I'm autistic. I've never been diagnosed. If I am, I'm not one of the retarded autistic people. I'm just one of the more annoying autistic people.
Where are you?
Jeez, that was a big drop. We're at the aquarium. I don't know if there's any point in picking up any resources, right? Because
What is all this stuff?
this is it for her campaign. I don't know if what you have now carries over to later. I don't think it does. Demon Coon donated $2. Do you ever regret your life or career choice? Also, have you ever looked into idealism? Coom.
America will likely be at war with the People's Republic of China in...
I don't know why that happened. Where did that thing go?
Of time, they're going to get shredded. First off, that is completely wrong. Because when one...
Don't really care what that guy has to say about cardio. No, I don't regret my life.
Shit.
That dude is just a retarded dumbass. Everything he says is fucking retarded. Couldn't care less about anything he has to say. Poor dog.
Shit.
Oh, poor dog.
God. Fuck happened here?
That's a not so good.
Shit. Owen. Really?
Here we go. Kill the pregnant lady. Really looking forward to this.
I'm not fucking going there.
Then don't.
She's gonna kill a pregnant lady.
Go back.
Fuck you, Owen. Hands up. Where's Abby?
You're that girl from Jackson.
Tell me where she went. How do we know you won't kill us?
Give her what she wants and we're dead.
You guys can survive this. I just need her.
Bullshit.
You. Come here. Fucking get over here! Point to where she is on this map.
Ellie's angry.
It better fucking match up.
What are you doing?
She's probably dead anyway.
It is not worth it.
Stop!
We can talk
Back
about
the
it.
fuck up! Point to where she is. Fucking point! Tell me where Abby is. Where the fuck is she?
There you go. She killed 3 people. Yay! Should be especially proud of yourself.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey. Hey. It's all right. Come on, let's go. Let's go. It's all right.
Meow Cats, what's up, dude? Some good shit's about to happen here, too. I know a couple people who are about to get shot in the face. See, Anonymous donated $2. I can't show that on YouTube, but that was fucking hilarious. Oh, that was great. Oh, that was funny.
By the time we get there, this whole area will be thawed. Where are you going?
Needed some air. What are you guys doing up?
Somebody was taking a shit in the bathroom stall, and somebody squirted lighter fluid under the bathroom stall and lit it on fire.
By tomorrow, we're doing good.
And it made the guy's pants catch on fire while he was taking a shit. So funny.
They got what they deserve.
But she gets to
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah. Is that okay?
It has to be.
I thought that was just water, and it was like a piss prank, but then the guy lit it on fire.
Going through Idaho again.
What you should be worried about is what Maria's gonna do to you when we get home.
We've been through worse. However, as I was passing through some ritzy section of town, I come across this necklace. It sparkles a lot. I think it's real gold.
You think it's real gold?
It's real gold.
Let's see it.
I know what gold looks like.
If it's legit, can we say it's from all of us?
Ha! You find your own damn bribes.
How you doing?
Fine.
Ellie?
Fine. Thanks for coming back for me.
My friend's problems are my problems.
You're such a sap.
All right, how about, my friends can't get out of their own damn way?
It's better.
Shit. Jesse, stand up.
He's
Hands in the
dead.
air. I shoot this one too.
Don't you do it, Ellie. Get out of here.
Stand up now.
Don't you fucking dare.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck. All right. Stop. Stop. Toss your weapon. Toss your weapon. Fuck.
No.
I know why you killed Joel. He did what he did to save me. There is no cure because of me. I am the one that you want.
Jason Brown Balls don't need chillers. Best way to fix sleep pattern that's cooked.
I don't care if people talk shit about me. I was raised to flood, not play with it.
That's nice. I don't know. Maybe just do a bunch of drugs and take an early nap, or stay up playing video games, and then have it go around full circle. I don't know what the best method is. Whatever works. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Just let him go.
You killed my friends. We let you both live. And you wasted it.
Yeah, Ellie's a dumb bitch.
Dad? Dad?
Alright. We will save things there. It is quite late, but hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. I really appreciate it. I'll see you all tomorrow night. Probably a bit earlier because I'll try not to have a nap that goes on for too long. But thanks again. See you all tomorrow.